No. One more bite. I'm not making no more batches, y'all.
Move.
Good morning. Good evening. Wow, my hair looks a little frizzy. Hayden Panettiere passed away from us, from suspected overdose. Very, very sad. Very young girl. This bird brain.
Hello?
Oh, she answered. Hey, girl.
Hi.
We was checking on you. You both didn't respond back to our text messages.
Sorry, it's a lot of people blowing my phone up. Hey, y'all.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
We was checking on you. We just seeing what's going on.
Oh, I appreciate it. Oh.
Krishan Rock got into a fight last night.
TC, okay.
She's
Yeah.
a licensed boxer getting into street
I'm good.
fights.
I don't know. I just be put in situations. But it's not really a situation. It's like, I don't know.
You know what? No matter what the situation is.
It's content. People be playing for the clips. I be dead serious. That's why I look so serious. Because I be serious. Everybody else, they got their own motives, their own catch to it.
I'm really good.
We already know. As long as you straight though mentally.
Yeah, it was just like the girl trying to go at me. I warned her before I hit her. Like, I don't know if you want to do this. She swung. I let her swing first, get her first punch in. And then it's crazy. I slipped, so it looked like she hit me.
Nah, it looked like you tore that ass up.
You're a trained boxer and you're fighting in the street.
Everyone say hi to the chat.
You say what? Are you on chat?
Yeah.
Hi, chat. What's good? We're checking on our girl.
Say who y'all are so they know. This is T.
I am Deandra Sanders. She was supposed to come last weekend, but she didn't. But we still love her. and this TC trying to keep her on the right track. Yeah, we gotta make sure our girl's straight.
My hand doesn't hurt anymore at all. My hand is good. My hand is straight. And my back, it always hurts.
Man, if you don't get the fuck, be for real. When
Everybody has their own life experience.
When you see something doesn't work, you adjust something.
You want to be right about everything.
I am right about everything.
You want to be right about everything.
I am right.
Everybody has their own life experiences. You don't know what I've been through, but I know that I would save my child from going through whatever the fuck I've been through. So yeah.
But you're not.
Why am I?
Because he wants a father in his life.
My father was my stepfather.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that didn't work, correct?
Why didn't it work? My stepfather is still my fucking father.
Did you graduate high school?
Didn't get to.
Okay. Do you have a record?
Of being in jail. Yes.
Do you have a record?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a good job?
I don't work.
Okay. And I think these are all effects from you
Not having a father.
not being parented the correct way. Man, if you don't get the fuck.
The nerve of you to say that when you're not an active part in your kid's life right now. But I'm not even going to get into that. Like, that's not even...
Awful act from hell that Lemmy got, that Zeus foolishness. That's the third realm of hell. Y'all didn't know? They saw her while she was pregnant, stomach sitting out. Drinking liquor straight from
Yes, Krishan was drinking and smoking while she was pregnant, and it's very sad.
What's gonna happen to that child? And
Are y'all okay? Eyes dilated as a bitch. Let's start there. Sweating bullets. One throwing up here, one throwing up there. Like, are you guys mentally okay? Like, let's really clock shit right now. This is not, that's not alcohol. That's not,
Yeah.
that's pure pills and potions. Okay?
Krishan was smoking and drinking with a 9-month pregnant belly.
I'm tired of you guys having something to say about what I do.
Y'all didn't know that?
The Rock's son, Junior, has just turned 3 years old.
The baby is 3 years old, can't walk, can't talk. Can't walk, can't talk, 3 years old. Needs to have his food blended. It's real sad.
Let's clean my shelter apartment as a 28-year-old mama boy living in a domestic violence shelter in New York City. I've been dreading this. Bow. I've been dreading this because it's super hot in here. When I told y'all I didn't have no AC, I didn't lie. Y'all see my fan in the window. But I put my waist trainer on and I went to work. This is just a workout for me. We have weekly inspections every Friday. Inspections are basically your case manager or a social worker, whichever term you are familiar with. They just come inside of your unit and look around. They do expect your unit to relatively be clean, but it does not have to be like spotless. They will check inside of every room, including checking inside of your refrigerator. They also want to make sure you aren't bringing in any alcohol or drugs. My unit isn't always in tip-top shape, but it never gets nasty. The one thing I'm struggling with the most is having little means for storage. I think that if we had more clothing bins or like shelving, it would be easier to keep the unit clean. And I also want to let my girlies know who are struggling with domestic violence. You are in a dangerous situation. If you have nowhere to go in your hometown, and I mean absolutely nowhere, and no one to take you in, come to New York City. I don't care what you've heard on
Please
TV
don't.
or saw on social media. While this is
Please
not
don't.
an easy journey.
Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Why are you telling people to come to New York City? What? If you are homeless and you don't got no, come to New York City. No. Please don't. Please do not come to New York City. Please don't do that. Oh my goodness. There's like an 8-year waiting list for housing. Don't do it. Don't do it. Because you'll be in that shelter for a minute. But that's why you can't get housing unless you go into a shelter here. It's just what it is. You want housing, you're going to have to go into a shelter. Okay, so, yeah, Hayden Panettiere passed away. That is, like, I don't even know what to say. You're better off getting housing outside of New York. Just FYI, like, it's very hard to get housing here. I don't know why people think like that was a foolish statement to make. But go off. This one looks so plain to me. Yeah, she died from a suspected overdose. Opioid, apparently, overdose. Real sad. Really, really sad. Yeah, that dude. That's the world that we live in. We live in this world where if you don't want to work and you don't want to better yourself, don't worry about it because the government will take care of you free of charge. Like I shouldn't say that. Let me say that I am a person in recovery, that I lived off the system for many years. I mean, I wouldn't say I lived off the system. I was on disability. I was on Social Security disability and I got food stamps. I didn't get no housing or anything else like that. But I certainly got disability, Social Security disability. I'm no longer on disability. I went back to school. I got my degree. I work full time now, all the things. So like I definitely, bettered my situation. And I don't think that, like, I understand that like people get into bad situations and you might have to use like that type of assistance to get a leg up. I have an issue with people that make a career out of being on welfare. I struggle with people that think that the government should pay for them forever and that they're entitled to the government paying their way forever. I struggle with that. I struggle with that desperately. If me as a disabled woman with mental health issues who was addicted to drugs and lost their spouse, if I could pick myself up and go back to school and get off disability and fix my situation, then I have faith that a lot of people can as well. Not saying that everybody's circumstances are the same. I'm just saying that if you're able-bodied, you should work. Having children is not an excuse to not work. Now, I don't have a problem with people who like get help from their family, because that's different. That's, you're not relying on the government. And if your family is helping you like with a place to live or helping you with your bills, that's what families are supposed to do. My problem is more so leaning on the government and then trying to act as if you're an independent anything. You're not an independent. You rely on the government. Nothing is yours. It's the government's. Socialism. I just said that. I just said that there are people that I understand who are disabled and that are not able-bodied and cannot work. I understand that. But I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about, yes, like I said, I'm talking about the people that are able-bodied, can work, and refuse to, and then the government gives them money, and then strangers on the internet give them money. Like I said, if you have your family and your family takes care of you, I don't got nothing to say about that. I truly, truly don't. I don't have an issue with people's families taking care of them, because you're not a burden on society. You might be a burden on your family, but you're not a burden on, you're not a burden on society. You're not, taking away from me and my family. AIDS destroyed New York. Oh, man. I don't know. Especially nowadays, there's so many ways that you could like actually make money and support yourself. There isn't really that much of an excuse. Like, if people didn't get me kicked off of DoorDash, I would be hustling right now. True story, true facts. If the internet didn't get me fired from DoorDash, I'd be DoorDashing right now. But people like vegans support those actions. People like vegans support those types of things happening to me. I'll never support. You can't use somebody else's DoorDash like that. Like, you have to log into the account with your face. Also, it's fraud. Like, it's fraud. Like, it's fraud. Don't do that. Don't say that. It's fraud. Okay? It's fraud. Like, it is definitely fraud. Please don't say things like that. I don't want to commit fraud. I don't want to do that. Yeah, there's a lot of manipulation that goes on the internet, but there's also a lot of manipulation that just goes on in general in life. I haven't even made enough money on YouTube this month to cash out. So there's that. It's a struggle bus. But you know what? Maybe I'm not meant to be successful on the internet. Maybe I'm just supposed to be successful like in my personal life. Well, not my personal life, in my I don't know. Joy still comes in the morning. Hope still walks with the herd, and you're still alive and breathing. Praise the Lord. Let everything praise the Lord. Ah, shish kabibs. I knew that was gonna happen. I knew it. Hokely dokely. Thank you for the bacon. Thank you for the bacon. Thank you for the bacon. This is a different color. These are two different colors. This is blue aqua and this is agate blue. I don't know what that means. Agate. So we discovered that this is a better angle for you guys. You like this angle better. You don't like the bird's eye view. You like this one better. So let's do it. Is this sparkle? Oh, yes, bitch. It's sparkly inside. We're gonna do this blue agate and this pink one. And then I found out that this red is different than the other red I have. Than the other red I have. I have so much energy. Maybe I should smizzle a bizzle. Smizzle. You know what makes me sad? That Jay-Z is a demon. Because I like so much of his old music, and now I know that he's a demon, and it makes me so sad. I should have known he was a demon, calling himself Jehovah. They call me Hove. H to the O-V. I used to move snowflakes by the O-Z. I guess even back then you can call me CEO of the ROC. Fresh out the frying pan into the fire. I be the music biz #1 supplier. Hotter than the piece of paper bearing my name. I got the hottest chick in the game wearing my chain. That's right. Sorry. I check cheddar like a food inspector. Shoot at you actors like movie directors. I don't know what you take me as, or under the intelligence that Jay-Z has. I check cheddar like food inspector. Shoot at you actors like movie directors. Yo, everyone is saying that Candace won that debate except for the person that she debated. Krishan Rock fought somebody on the street even though she is a licensed boxer. I don't know how that works. I'm pretty sure that if you are a trained boxer, you can't street fight. But, you know. It's a vibe all the time.
4 girls go, like, walking up on me. The girl that so then I start calling 3 because Jonathan is occupied at the moment.
Jonathan.
So I'm like, 3. And I put my hands up like, look, check this out. My hands are registered. I want no beef. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, okay.
She was like, "Did you want that?" I said, "Girl, I don't even know you." Like, so it was just random people, like strangers. Like, it's people I don't know specifically. You feel what I'm saying?
Specifically.
She got into it with some homies or whatever, and then she wanted to take it out on me. I'm telling her, I'm giving her a fair warning, chat. Like, look, check this out. I don't think this is what you want but I see how you programming. It's not just 1, 2, 3. It's 4 y'all. Am I proud of that? No, but I'm not gonna be bullied.
Oh, stop it, bullied.
She can't even press charges even if she wanted to.
She can press charges because just because somebody swings at you first, that doesn't mean you have the right to beat them up, especially when you are a trained boxer. Like, what? Oh, be so freaking for real.
Because she swung first.
That's not how that works.
They get so comfortable talking about your kid.
Again, that's not how that works. Just because somebody... Here's the thing. You have the right to defend yourself to a reasonable degree, right? If somebody comes up and swings on me and then I beat the shit out of them and I just keep on beating the shit out of them until their face is back, guess what? That's not self-defense. That is not self-defense, and you're not going to win self-defense on that. Yeah, you have a right to defend yourself to a certain degree. She beat the shit out of the girl, bashed her face into a car. She could definitely go to jail for that. No, not in New York. Not in New York. Self-defense does not work. Like, that's not how that works. Not here. Not here. You have the right to defend yourself to a reasonable degree. Case in point, that boy that killed that other kid. He said that he stabbed the boy because the boy pressed him. You don't get to stab somebody because they pressed you. And he killed the boy. You don't, just because somebody comes, like, just because you feel like you're in danger, that doesn't mean that you have the right to beat the shit out of somebody. I think people are really confused about self-defense laws. You have the right to defend yourself to a certain degree. You don't have the right to unleash all your anger and just beat the brakes off of somebody. Now, I don't know California. I don't know how that works. And I also don't know how it works in like a mutual combat state. That's different. Like if you're in a mutual combat state and you and the person agree to like engage in an like in a fight, I don't think that anybody could press charges. But I'm just talking about, like, I know where I live, and it's not just where I live, across the United States, self-defense is to a certain degree. Like, just because I feel threatened, that doesn't mean that I have the right to, harm someone. I'm definitely not clueless, but you know what? I've been arrested for it, so you can't tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about. I used to be very confident thinking, oh, well, you hit me first, and if I lay you out, I'm good because you hit me first. No. I've had bitches hit me first, and because I got the best of them, and then they called the police, I went to jail. And I literally got told by law enforcement, you have the right to defend yourself to a certain degree. That's how it works here in New York. I don't know how it works other places. And I also know that, like, it's different in mutual combat states. No, I'm intentionally hilarious, you moron. I hate people that are dumb. Why are you so dumb? What up, D? The only thing I'll say about, like, these lighter clays is that, like, you could really see, like, the little imperfections and shit. Like, you could see, like, the little, I don't even know, like the little lints that fucking get on it. Oops, I didn't mean, yo, I'm trying not to cuss. So if y'all see me cussing, call me out. Yeah, I worked all day. I just got off work and I'm smoking my after work medication. Okay? I worked all day. I'm smoking my after work medication that I'm prescribed. And I didn't say anything about anybody. And I'm 40. I'm 40. Like September 22nd, I'm officially out my 30s. What up, Trisha? I don't know what that has to do with anything that we're talking about, though. I have no idea what me smizzling has to do with literally anything. I'm talking about Krishan Rock being a literal boxer and fighting civilians in the street. And how that's not cool. She needs to be worried about her child. What? I don't know. I don't have an electrical fuse box. We have a water mill. Is that what it's called? Yeah, we have a water mill in the backyard. Obvious. I actually want to quit. Not quit for good, but quit for like maybe a week or so and see how I feel. I have to see. I went to Five Below and I seen some of those fugglers, Trisha. It made me think of you. They had dumplings. I got 2 dumplings for my kid. So somebody kept on calling the cops about me streaming and driving. So I had a nice conversation with the cops. And though it's not illegal, it's like 1000% not illegal. I'm just not going to stream and drive anymore because I don't want my police department being harassed. Like I don't want to deal with that. I had to talk to them about something unrelated, like completely unrelated, and then that conversation came up. And yeah, they're like, we know, every single time that you go live from your car, we're aware of it. I was like, really? I'm like, they're like, yeah, we get phone calls every single time you stream from your car. Every single time. So I just rather not deal with that. It's not even like anything I have to deal with per se, but I just rather, you know, maybe one day someone's not in, maybe, you know, maybe someone's in a bad mood one day and decides to take it out on me. I don't know. But I thought it was crazy that was said to me. Like, yeah, every time you stream from your car, we know. Oh, also, they're not calling and saying I'm driving and streaming. They're saying that I'm doing drugs and driving and streaming. I have to, you know, add that in. So they're lying. So yeah, they're not just saying like, oh, she's driving and streaming. No, she's high on drugs, driving and streaming. So it's just easier. I wasn't really like driving and streaming a ton recently anyway, but that just like kind of sealed the deal, if you will. Yeah, well, originally it was, you know, obviously calling that I'm driving and streaming. That didn't work. Them driving, calling, saying I'm high and streaming. But the thing is that a cop just can't pull me over for no reason. Like, there has to be a reason to pull me over. And the reason can't be because a random person, a stranger, called the precinct and said something. So, yeah. That's expected, right? It's expected. So we won't do that anymore because it's just safer. It's not even about being safer. It's just like unnecessary. But I can't control anyone else. Like, I can't stop strangers on the internet from calling my local precinct to lie about me doing drugs and driving. But I can control myself, and I can stop myself from streaming and driving. That way, that'll never happen. Because they won't know when I'm driving, if I'm driving, how I'm driving, when I'm driving. I will say that shut up. There's times that I'm grateful that New York has like such strict FOIA like laws, but then I'm like, I would love to see some of these like some of the like body cam footage, or even like a mugshot of mine or something. But I've never seen a mugshot of my own.
3 months ago, I got a text from one of my friends, Ellen Fisher, shout out to Ellen, about an urgent situation. An acquaintance of hers named McKenna was facing an unthinkable situation. She had chosen to be a surrogate for a couple. She's a single mom, but at the 20-week anatomy scan, they found out that the little boy had a serious heart defect. And she did some research. She learned that this heart defect can be fixed with surgery, that there's a hospital in Texas that has a 100% success rate. But within days, the couple that had purchased her as a surrogate, her womb, told her that she had to terminate, and they demanded that she go to Seattle, I believe, for a late-term abortion. And so McKenna was so disturbed. She got up her courage. So her brother told her, hey, listen, sis, I'm going to fight for you. And so she reached out to Ellen, trying to get in touch with us for help. So we were able to connect McKenna with legal support. We were able to get her flown out safely to Texas for good medical care for her and this baby. Just a couple days ago, this baby was born, and he's born alive, and he's going to get the life-saving care that he deserves, even though his bio parents wanted him dead. McKenna, I believe, deserves custody. She's been fighting for this baby from the beginning. She's the only mother this baby has ever known, and the bio parents wanted this baby dead. Hannah was the one who took on all that risk, and meanwhile, they were threatening McKenna legally.
They have the baby right now.
Ruin. She's herself a single mom of young kids. The baby is at this hospital, and there's a restraining order against McKenna, and the baby's separated from the only mother that he's ever known. And he's going through all these surgeries and medical procedures, and he needs a mama. He needs McKenna. So pray for McKenna. Pray for baby Gabriel. Thank you to everybody who's given to the Give, Send, Go for McKenna. The link is in the description, so you can help support McKenna's fight. 3 months ago, I got a text from one of my friends, Ellen.
Here's the thing. I don't think I think that the parents should keep the baby. That's still their kid. Now, do I agree with them wanting to unalive the baby? Like, that's crazy work, and they're gonna have to explain to their child how they wanted to, you know, but at the end of the day, that's their child, you know, like, that is biologically their kid. This woman doesn't have a biological claim to the baby, and from what I've heard her say, she's not even going to be the one to raise the baby. It would be her brother was going to adopt the baby. I think it's weird that the lady is now trying to keep the baby, because I thought that the whole point was giving the baby life, that the baby deserved to live, and now the baby is living, and now the biological parents have the baby. I mean, unless we think that, like, the biological parents are going to harm the baby, but why would they, considering it's their literal child? It's scary. but this is like, this is the ugly side of surrogacy, I guess. Shout out to Lila Rose, though, for, like, getting involved. Let's listen to Tucker talk to Billy.
We've been close friends for almost 40 years,
I don't know who
39
this
years
is.
since the mid-'80s. And I would say you were the... I didn't imagine you as a priest, I would say.
That makes two of us.
And then, about a month ago, your godfathered one of my children. You performed the wedding ceremony for that child.
Awesome.
One of the great moments of my life. How did you get here? Like, I don't really know anybody who's had more jobs, a vision. I thought you were going to be a philosopher, a country music star.
Well, brother, if you had told me when we met and we first started hanging out that I'd end up doing what I'm doing now, I'd have told you you got hit in the head.
Oh, I'm aware of that.
But, you know, God has a sense of humor and a profound sense of irony. And, you know, over the years I'd spent...
Profound sense of irony.
It's true, though. It's true.
It is.
And it's a picture of his grace. You know, I spent a lot of my years as a journalist, most of my professional life in the music business.
I have no idea who this dude is.
I was living in Atlanta years ago when I just started playing music. You remember those years? And I was living in this sort of converted greenhouse, a 400 square foot apartment. The floor was still slanted to where they'd water the plants and the water would still run out. And I remember I had just gone into the music business. I'd given up a lot to do it, and I was not in a good place.
I don't think this is the right video for this live, because I don't even know who Homeboy is.
I don't want to be pregnant. Your child in your womb is your greatest gift in life.
Oh, shut up, Carlisa.
Why would you want to rush it?
Because people are trying to attack her.
Rush a baby out? Why would you allow a man to make you unhappy while you got the gift of life?
Oh, shut your face hole. I'm just so sick of, like, the whole circus. The whole Blueface circus is just wilding out. Yo, he's getting worse. He's getting worse. Like, it's just getting worse. He's just seeing how far he could take it.
Why? What you want? I'm gonna go. Exactly. So you worried about the wrong? Keep doing you.
Tacos. I'll take a quesadilla.
Like, Krishan following them around. Craziness.
How much is it?
Crazy.
How much we got total for everything, all together? Okay. You got cash on you? No. Okay. Hey, Blue, BK. You got cash on you?
I do feel bad for Nevaeh. I feel bad for her. Blueface got me feeling bad for Nevaeh. But then I heard Blueface saying you was doing the same shit, so why you mad for it? I don't know.
I give up. Take him. Have fun with him. Run off. Run into the sunset when you can.
My thing is this, right? Like, Blue could have gave Nevaeh one day. Like, it's one day. Like, you couldn't give her one day. But then it's like, I see how he dogged freaking Jaden, and I love Jaden. I think that, and I love Jaden especially because, like, Jaden was here like long before the circus, you know. It's just unfortunate because it's like all these kids involved, and you know, it affects them, and it's just crazy. I also blame Blueface's mom because she's the messiest of the messy. Propaganda? What propaganda? You think it's all fake? I don't know. I question that. I question that. I will say that. I do sometimes wonder how much of this is scripted, how much of this is just for chat, you know? But I could never let somebody disrespect me like that.
I thought my day could be special, but just because it was his third time being at a baby shower, it was okay, like, for him to downplay me and try to make me feel like a piece of Yeah, 17 Max a Pro.
I don't think I need to really... I don't know if I should add softener to it or not.
Oh.
Maybe just a little touch.
Are you live? Oh my god! Oh, they're chatting. Are you live on accident? Yo, I don't know how to work this son of a piece of Okay. Hey y'all, I'm live. We're going to my doctor appointment. I'm about to get my member sweet. Say hey, kid. So we're trying to get the baby out. Yeah, I've had enough. Yes, you guys seen the situation last night. I'm not gonna talk on it too much right now. But you know, the baby shower was beautiful. We had a blast. Yes. we had a blast. I'm starting to read in between all the lines. Last night was a great time. I do feel some things were true. Honestly, a lot of things. Feel like, you know what? It's okay. It's all okay. It's all okay. Run away from your baby. Run away. Run away. So, I'm going to get this baby out of me because I want him out of me. I'm done playing. I want this baby out of me. It's time to go ahead and get out. That baby shower's done. I'm so appreciative for the baby shower that was thrown for me. I shout out to R&B and WAC. I'm so appreciated. Yes.
Appreciated.
They will be called into that delivery room to meet the baby. As they should be. Let me look at the comment section. You should have streamed that whole baby shower and stuff and got all the money because the viewers are from you. Yeah, I should have. I really should have. Yeah, for real. I should have streamed. I'm sorry. I definitely should have streamed. But it's okay because we're going to go from here. And the baby's almost here. So I hope you guys are ready to sub up, to just be there for every moment with me and my two babies. Ready.
What up, babe?
Gifting her. Fix camera? How? Girl, you have no real friends, because why would you solo? And that girl was not my friend. I don't know her from a can of paint. Okay, so no, we're going to tell you what really happened. What really happened is we all split up after the baby shower. We thought that Nevaeh was going to the house. Nevaeh was with her man, and she was on the stream, so she wasn't looking at her phone. She went there by herself. We ended up pulling up late. And when we pulled up, we ended up scooping her up and saving the day because, But yeah, she was not really by herself for real. I mean, she was by herself, but it wasn't supposed to play out like that. And I keep seeing stuff where people are like, her friend, none of her friends got dragged yesterday. That was a random. No, that's not a random. Okay. That wasn't a random. But that wasn't a damn friend. We're not gonna call that girl. We don't know her from a can of paint. Yeah. But it was a random individual. We don't know her. Okay, we don't know her at all. So that was about it. And my friends, they showed up at the baby shower. They showed out, looked beautiful. They didn't have no clue what was going on and who was in the front. Suspicions on how the address got leaked. Well, from what Birdie said, he leaked it. So here we are. I'm going to get this baby. I'm about to get my member sweet. No dad is around right now. So having a peaceful moment without being called me names, being brought down. I thought my day could be special, but just because it was his third time being at a baby shower, it was okay, for him to make me feel like downplay me and try to make me feel like a piece of shit. Whatever happened in my past by me being at a shelter, I don't think that's something to throw in my face.
Yeah, that's crazy that he keeps bringing that up.
I'm gonna be real on that one. He ain't lying. I could have reached out to some people that would be there, but I didn't choose to. I kept this to myself. You know where you hit that stage in life where you don't want to share them type of experiences with people and you just want to do it all on your own because you're so used to being independent? I've been that person from the... It's okay for you to go through things with your first baby, your firstborn. That makes y'all even stronger. My baby is everything. So, like, my baby's my everything at the end of the day. So, at the end of the day, if I chose to do this, me and my son bond is just even stronger. That's mine. I don't give a... We all go through things. These got Section 8, these got EBC, these got everything. You know what I mean? Like, so it don't matter. We can have them type of things. That's what the government's for, to help, right? So therefore, nobody's perfect.
No, that's not what the government is for, babe. The government is not there to help. The government is not there to be your daddy.
Go to a shelter. I still got some friends in the shelter.
It's not real.
What's wrong with that, bro?
The government there to, like, help enforce laws and shit.
That's not in his name. That's just not in his name. He didn't put me in an apartment. So it's like, I'm just tired of everybody trying to make it seem like this right here is where it all started. Yeah, he put me on a platform. I'm appreciative. I will never downplay that.
Even still, let's not act like you didn't already have like your own platform. Like
he just really made the platform. He boosted the out of me, and I'm so appreciative for that. I will never downplay nobody for that. Like, I would never do that. Like, my program, I didn't have something big as this. Like, I didn't. And it's okay. I can admit my faults. And yeah, maybe I do tell the truth too much. That's cool.
I'm watching Blueface. It's the Blueface circus.
Truth. I guess tell your truth and move on.
That's what I watch.
I no longer have
the celebrity gossip.
Urgency to keep telling y'all anything. If you believe it about me, sure I did.
You know? Big a deal, man.
If you feel this way about me, feel that way. I'm not changing the feeling. But I no longer can prove myself to nobody that doesn't want to hear me out, but wants me to sit and hear them out every chance of the day. People.
They sound like she done.
And for those that you keep trying to call...
They is on some I be moving on.
Oh my god, her booty is so big.
Oh, I be moving.
I'm about to see right now how to turn on subs on Kick. If you guys know
whose drugs are these?
let me know.
You know I wear a size 4.
Okay, so
you ain't got no money.
I'm going to do that for y'all. So right now I'm about to put y'all on pause and we're gonna go inside.
Do you guys remember who was in that song with Maya?
We're gonna go inside my appointment together, okay? You guys can hang out with me today, me and my friend. So me and my close home girl. We out here. Us Midwest are out here, okay?
We out here.
We love us some. We like some West Coast. Some. Oh, and I got a link up coming. Y'all. You know who? I got a link up coming, and this is gonna be so fun. You guys are going to love it. It's not no man though. Sorry, my revenge is not with a man. My revenge is being successful.
No, seriously.
Like, it's a lot. I'm about to have 2 kids. It's the last thing that I'll ever be sit up and worried about. I swear to God, don't give up no more of that. I don't want none. I'll see you. Come with me, guys. Okay, I'll see you guys in a second.
I ain't chicken nugget.
Okay, stay on here. Don't go nowhere. Mwah. Yes, it do. How do I do this? Be right back. I did it. That's quiet. Mercedes is so low. Yeah.
Yeah, this is her second baby. She got a son already.
Hi.
She got a little boy. His name is Superior. Which is crazy to name your kid that, but... And I think this baby's gonna be Jonathan Jr.
Are you okay right now? I am. You look like the way you standing. Hopefully it's
She had to mute real quick.
Folks, breaking news, Blueface and Krishan Rock just got into a shootout. There was a fist fight that there's footage of going around. Krishan Rock is going full Mike Tyson on a chick in the street. Blueface jump. It's been an absolute carnage and chaos for Blueface and Krishan Rock. It is insane, okay? And I'm not going to lie, it's the perfect distraction. If you saw the last video I did, the guy that allegedly was Krishan Rock's hitman literally told the victim that Krishan was going to pay him $5,000 for the hit before it happened. Allegedly, these are all just people's opinions. These are all just videos on his own YouTube channel. But these are all just crazy internet rumors that are going around. And a shootout and a fist fight in the street would be the perfect distraction from a murder for hire case. But the time...
Traplo Ross really be spinning the conspiracies.
Protein bar still stuck in my teeth. This is breaking, all right? I didn't even have time to have a shower, right? I'm probably smelling like Krishan Rock
a gate, A-G-A-T-E, blue.
Let you guys know what was going on. So we're going to start here, all right? I'm going to
I
break
love
this all
it.
down to you guys, true crime
I
style.
want more
this
of
is
it.
a real thing, okay? 911 dispatch call of over 100 people fighting. It was apparently a giant was going on, all right? And they're saying, it says, here's the dispatch call from the incident that Blueface and Krishan were involved in early this morning. Thankfully, there were no victims, all right? The fight had about 100 people, shell casings found at the scene. People saying for y'all who thought this was scripted and they were able to script 100 people fighting and get the shooting, yeah, this shit is wild. It's getting out of hand because somebody's seriously going to get hurt, if not killed, effing around with this circus, and you know who's going to be the one to take
Where's
the biggest
her baby
downfall.
at?
You think it's crusty crack Sean.
Where's her baby at while she's out
Blueface,
getting in
baby,
fist fights and
all right?
shootouts?
The high and mighty will fall when you're doing dastardly stuff. Listen to this police dispatch call, and then I'm going to
Well, I'm going to put pink with
very
it,
careful about what
so...
I show you, but there is some footage going around too.
I'm going to put roses. I'm going to make like roses on it. I'm going to make little roses. Like this. I'm going to make, see how like that? I'm going to make a bunch of them.
There was approximately 100 people fist fighting in front of that location, and then shots were heard. You can go ahead and show me code search for those results. 650-30, Roger. 650-30, North Coalinga. Is just a canvassing for possible casings. Northbound Coalinga from Selma to Hollywood. 643 requested UE2 canvas for casings. Northbound Coalinga from Selma to Hollywood. We found some casings across the street from 661. 318 advised that they located casings across from 1651 Coalinga. 67, the cases will be in front of the jungle, Hollywood. Cases are in front of the jungle, Hollywood. 79, code 6 on the street call. 6879, Roger. 6844, code 6 on the street call.
This is crumbling as I'm trying to smooth it out. What the frick type of crap is that?
643, advise if there's any victims. FD will be staging south of Selma. 6867 shows blocking all northbound traffic on Coalinga from Selma. 6867, Roger.
Units code 2804 Norton.
643 Arenas, units code 6 on Coalinga. FD is staging, advise if there's any victims down or if it's clear to enter. 6643, we have no victims at this time. 6643, Roger. LAFD engine 20, there's no victims at this time. LAFD engine 27, copy, we're canceling, going back up. Engine 27, Roger. 6644, we're code 6 on the shooting call.
Alright, I gotta redo this because I might have to add some softening to it because it's like crumbling.
So, fortunately, it sounds like there were no injuries, but there was a report of 100 people
I'm not
fighting,
highly educated.
And all of this basically came after an absolutely wild run, because Blueface was throwing a
I mean, I almost
shower
have a
for his
bachelor's
girlfriend,
degree.
Navia, who is expecting his child,
Is
his
that
real
highly
child, right? Might need a
educated?
DNA test on
Not
that one,
really.
too. I'm not disparaging her, I'm just saying, when it comes to Blueface, you got to double, triple, quadruple check these things, because we're hearing all types of rumors, right? But what's crazy, okay, Blueface was off having his baby shower. There were a bunch of people live streaming there. It looked like an absolute hoot. I'm seeing clips all over my social media. But Krusty, Krishan, and Marsh were plotting to pull up to the baby shower.
Because she's
Krusty
a dirt
being
shirt.
feral and throwing Mika's trash can. So she in full crash out mode. She's trying to ruin Blueface's life in every which way possible, as well as her own. Look at this.
She's a loser.
You okay? Yeah. Okay. Okay, just check. You know, Mika's still alive. Business woman. No, it's still okay. She cool. She ready. March, we're going to pull up. We're going to chocolate. We're going to celebrate. We're going to go celebrate. We're going to celebrate. We're going to go celebrate. I got some shit to do. I'm going to get a shot. Okay, just call me. Call me. I'm on my way. Send me the address. Send me something. All right, cool. Check. All right. I got a rider. I'm on a mission.
You're a loser.
Y'all want content? Check. Y'all want content?
That's like some loser crap to do.
Y'all want content?
Bro, imagine if I'm sitting here telling you, chat, guys, I'm really trying to turn my life around. I'm trying to turn it over to God. I'm trying to be a better person. Because that's literally what I'm doing, right? But then I'm out here whooping bitches. Like, trying to fight bitches. Going to people's baby showers, trying to cause a problem. Like, that's not godly. And I got annoyed because one of these like Christian channels interviewed her a few months back, and the name of the interview was The Book of Krishan. The Book of Krishan. Oh, okay. What the freak? That's disrespectful.
Check. Y'all want clips? Check. Y'all want to make a lot of money? All the Clippers. Let me talk to the Clippers. Clippers, y'all want content? Clippers, y'all want clips?
Imagine, like, I can't believe that celebrities are like streamers now.
Check. Y'all want clips? Y'all want content?
All right, I think it's better now.
She's absolutely
the clay is
I'm not gonna lie
playing.
to you, it's actually crazy. People saying, I hope she goes to jail.
I just put a little bit in.
Who's saying just throwing other people's things around? If she's evil, I hope Coach drops her after this if she doesn't want to go to jail. They're saying someone get the Addy and call the police as soon as she comes. Where is Junior? This bad person, real life, just threw a trash can. He's in
bouncing.
the moment she ends
I'm trying to get the air out of it.
She needs to be tranquilized.
I know, like with real clay, you slam it down to get the air out of it. I guess you don't do that with polymer clay.
I'm not condoning the animal comparisons, by the way. I condemn them, but at the same time, like, that's what's going on. That's what people are saying. They said, in the pregnant woman Mika's house, she's watching your disabled child and she's cooking for you and you tearing up her house. They're saying this is very Krishan of her. This is how she gets down. So she would indeed crash Blueface's baby mama's baby shower. Blueface's real baby mama's baby shower. That says Navia pulled a knife after Krishan showed up at the house.
See, look, there's a
Blueface
little...
invited her to the baby shower. And it sounds like she wasn't invited. It sounds like she was crashing that shit. This is crazy, and Blueface knows what he's doing.
The camera's right here. Yes.
Who the fuck is that?
No, it's the mailman.
Open the fucking door.
It's the mailman.
Or you being disrespectful? Open the fucking door.
He just dropped off a package.
Open the fucking door.
It's the mailman.
Bitch. Nobody's not about to play with you. I don't know.
No, it was the mailman.
How is it?
Nobody out there.
How is it the mailman? How? You're lame.
I'm telling you.
But who are you just talking to?
Nobody.
Where's my phone?
Krishan is a dirty, disrespectful beast.
So he acting like they're playing tricks, right? I ain't gonna lie.
That's the mail.
Oh, she right there. What the hell?
Look at the mailman gone, man.
Are you really being...
This is insane. I can't lie. Blueface diabolical for that. I'm not gonna lie. This is evil, but it's entertaining. This is eviltainment right here.
Disrespectful.
No, please, no mail. We don't want no mail. That's the mailman.
What? This is crazy.
I got something.
Oh, no. I might have to take it off the screen. This is crazy. She grabbing the kitchen.
Get the fuck off me.
She grabbed the kitchen.
You being disrespectful to me?
No.
You being disrespectful?
Sorry, no mail.
That's crazy.
Ain't no camera.
No, who is that?
That's the mailman gone.
Nah, this is crazy.
What is this bitch
I
doing
don't want to
here?
show her. She pulled a knife.
I don't know.
On my day though, bitch? Are you for real?
outside of that door.
I will slice a bitch up. I'm telling you, I don't give a fuck. No, hell no. Stop playing with me, bitch. Go get fucking ready. We're not doing it. Go get ready right now. The fuck? What's up with this? I got something for her ass real quick.
Wow, that is insane. All right, so look, this would actually end up seeing Navia and Blueface get into this giant argument. And basically, like, after they left the house for the baby shower venue, things just completely popped off between them. Look at this.
Who the fuck starts with somebody on a day of their fucking baby shower, but yet letting a bitch walk up to the door, but not popping into her? Shut your bitch ass up. I don't want to hear that shit, bro.
First baby shower.
Fuck, okay, good. That shit should be good. It should be a moment to remember.
It's my third baby shower.
Congratulations. It should be a moment to remember for me.
I did this.
But I
every
don't
time I was
care.
with another bitch before I went to the baby shower.
Congratulations. You want a high five?
So you're not better than no bitch.
High five.
No, I'm not high five. You're a regular bitch.
High five.
I'm not high five.
What are you?
A regular
What are you?
bitch. A regular nigga.
Okay then.
You don't see me popping it like, oh, I'm better than him because I take care and I did. No, I'm the same nigga as every other nigga. Still good.
Cool.
Stop popping. Cool. You're not better than no bitch. You're not
better than a nigga. Cool.
I'm not. You can feel.
Who the fuck starts with somebody?
So at some point during this weird pull-up, all right, Krishawn was seen driving, and apparently she ain't got no license, or she got a suspended. Something's going on with her license. People was posting this on exposing Krishawn Rock, saying Krishawn driving without a license. Listen, this is copied and pasted from someone's IG. They have her arraignment and plea scheduled for tomorrow morning for driving without a license back in December of 2025. If you have any footage that you believe shows her driving without a valid license, especially while under the influence from January 2026 to present, send the original unedited footage to the appropriate official Torrance Courthouse or Torrance City Attorney Criminal Prosecution Division and let the court or authorities determine whether it's relevant. Make sure to date each video, have it submitted. What the hell? All right, let's see the clip of her driving. Let's see her.
She was 1000%
and bear in mind,
driving.
this is the same outfit that she was wearing on the other
On
side of the door we
stream,
just saw.
talking to Chad.
She ruined the whole thing.
Y'all messing with the red? Cool, because I look cute in there, don't I?
Krishawn, you don't look cute. Like, you once upon a time was a cute girl. You are not cute anymore. You look a mess. You got no front tooth. What is... Like... And you got all this money. You could go get a tooth easily. You look like a crackhead.
I mean, shit, she driving. So I read they need everyone to send in videos of her driving to the court before 8:30 a.m. tomorrow so she can get locked up. Come on now, start sending y'all those videos with her driving without a license in now. She crashing out today, the baby shower. I know it hurt her. People saying, how do I save the video? More videos. It's the same video. It's crazy, all right? It's crazy. They got information on the court date. Oh, my Lord. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. There's too many court dates. I can't even go to all the court dates. There's court dates on court dates, left, right, and center. What on earth is going on, man? This is crazy, right? It says, is this happening right now? She's live streaming. She's literally stalking Navia. It says, yup, like literally right now. As soon as the baby shower ended and Blue and them went to the car, she left somewhere. She's definitely going to meet up with him. She's sneaking around with Blue. What the hell? This is insane, all right? They're saying she evil. The smile after she said, you messing with the whip. Has she stolen one of their cars? Said she's messing with the red. I thought she said messing with the Rick, like some Rick Owens or something.
No, the red.
Insanity. I can't lie to you. This is absolute insanity. So, all that's going on, all right?
I just can't imagine having
at the actual
tons of money and walking around toothless. Like, that's crazy
baby
work.
shower, Apparently, Navia noticed that Blueface snuck off with Krishawn. He's literally sneaking off. And that's when we ended up seeing the shooting not long after this, right? It says the moment Navia realized Blueface snuck off and was sitting in the car with Krishawn. What on earth? I feel for her.
I really do think Krishawn is a demon.
The cops are there and everything. Whoa.
I really do think Krishawn is a whole demon.
Take him out. I need him. He's in charge. He's good.
My mother and everything. No. Fuck that. Fuck that. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I need a restraining order. I don't give a fuck. And fuck him too. And that dumbass, like I said, a retarded transport.
That's crazy. That's crazy. So look, all right. People are saying, mind you, Blue ain't washed his ass or brushed his teeth all day. LMFAO and Navia said he washes his boxers and usually has stains on them. All right. I bet that's leftovers from old crust. Oh, bro, I ain't gonna lie, this is getting crazy. This comment section is getting out of control. People saying it's all a skit. The only one not in on it is Navia. I'm starting to see this and I'm about to low-key stop watching because it's getting too much. All right, it's saying, like, I know Krishawn probably had the address to the boyfriend's BF house, but it's real strange she happened to know the location for the baby shower when it wasn't even at the house. And then him getting into the car, yeah, they did their big one and had people tuned in. The only person stressed is Navia, and I just feel bad. I don't care if she put herself in this position, but this is just straight up evil to have her this stressed. It says, girl, they're all just crackheads, no skit about it. I sadly know guys and girls that act like this IRL. I ain't gonna lie, every time I see a Blueface clip, his subscriber number is going through the roof, so he making bread off of this whole thing. It says, Blue was texting Krishawn his location all day. Did you see the live where she was exposing his texts? It was all planned out, her going to his house, her going to the baby shower, her going to the warehouse. It says they do drugs together. Blue's a hoe, it's not far-fetched. I doubt they play it up. I don't doubt they play it up here and there, but it's real crackhead fuckery vibes that even regular people do with no cameras following them around.
I think that I'm starting to think that Blueface does do drugas with Krishawn.
Oh my gosh, what's this?
I really am starting to believe that because.
So no, I just want you to be cool. Wait for me. Lock in
giving
with you.
Bobby and Whitney.
Stop trying to control the narrative. You said I lost streaming privileges with you, so I'm trying to respect what you want, but you keep trying to manipulate it. Let me know what's up. Can we stream or not? She said, I don't give a F because the M-word, you're not going to be talking sideways. I'll just go the other way and hit you when you calm down. Wow.
Blue only wants to stream with her.
It says he told her he knows she's trying to kill him and the next day was trying to organize when they can link up. LMFAO. Blue's slow as F, but that's what Rock wants is to be with him off stream. Literally every single one of them is slow. BF has a manager or a producer or a team. I know these people are tired. All right. I don't know how Wack keeps up with all this craziness.
I gotta go put my dad's air conditioner on. I'll be right back.
It says, yeah, it's all a way to generate revenue. That's all it's been about, making money. Krishawn and Blueface are clowns acting it up for a check. It said, hear me out, it's scripted, but the other way around. Krusty thinks it's real, and Navia is told that she's his favorite or whatever stupid names he calls it, and she's happy to bake a new content baby as long as she's paid and has a place to live, because Navia is not a good actress, and no pregnant woman could go through what she went through today and go to the baby shower party and do paid promotion with some latte girl, and others are not even crying that car. Navia could create her own channel and profit just like Jai left my daughter father when I was 7 months pregnant to never see him again. It's different when you have another life to consider. For real, I moved away from my BD and his crackhead mystery. Shit got worse after I had my baby. I felt Navia when she said
when she was saying, take him, lol. What was Krishawn trying to accomplish coming to this area this day? Like, for real, how can her fans defend this? She doing numbers. They're defending it by saying Navia's getting karma for being a side chick, as if Krishawn don't come on the scene as a side chick herself, so they're so delusional it's sick. They're saying, isn't Krusty the side chick? Facts. I know she's showing her fans the length she's willing to go to be with him. She's showing them how desperate she is for him. Everything the opposite of the narrative she's been telling her fans. Bro, I'm glad some of her fans are clocking it, but the other ones are too slow. Thinks that Krishawn pulled up because Via talked about her son. Be for real? Wow, they believe that. They've been seeing her chat. I've been seeing her chat. They're saying so much crazy stuff. They said, yeah, they said that. Even the fact that V is seeing things like she's hallucinating and Krishawn not there, they're like, how do you know she's there? Like, okay, seriously, her fans are slow. I mean, Blueface gaslit her to her face. That was pretty despicable. That's crazy. Sent poor Navia, no one deserves this, especially heavily pregnant. Honestly, I don't feel sorry for her. She's slow as F. She should have left him before it got this far. I just don't feel bad for any women with him. I feel bad for all of the kids, Superior, Javon, Journey, Junior, and the newborn.
I can't
Junior
leave her
definitely being with
downstairs.
his
I feel
babysitter.
bad.
If Krusty didn't lie for at least 12 hours at this point, says the babysitter.
I'm still mad at you. I'm still mad at you.
Oh my god.
I'm still mad at you.
It's crazy, all right? It says, and Navia...
You can't go under my bed, Nala.
Talking shit about Crackhead and Junior, Crackhead and Blue pull off SMH. Navia probably in active labor, but steady trying to keep up under Blue. Meanwhile, he left her inside the prom thing by herself, and he just left with Krishawn. Not to mention, while she was sitting there by herself, girls was going up to her that Blue smashed, and they would step into her as a woman. Lord, this whole damn effing mess. Said she should have never been that accessible to any random Chi-Chi ever. SMH security should have been right there at the table with her or standing nearby. Blueface is a dusty type of dude, LARPing as someone worth something. He came back a few minutes later. LMAO, she dropped him off down the block. They're saying Blue a piece of trash. She pulled back in and they all left together. Number 2 got us in the car with Blue's Crip friend. Right now, they're just following Crackhead and Blue to a place called Crazy Girl. I'm trying to zoom in on Crackhead's license plate. Getting the license plate is hilarious. That's crazy. They're going to need to send that one to the court too. People saying it's all scripted. These girls are obviously part of the show. Unfortunately, kids are real and being traumatized for views. None of them care about these content babies. Blucifer is making money on kids' trauma and abuse. They're saying it's corny as F at this point. This is all for their 12-year-old fans using their parents' save default payment method to send them donos. Blue said it in the car. Women get D. He gets money. He's telling y'all it's all for views. This is whack. Meanwhile, there's actual kids involved. Krishawn birthed a whole messed up kid. And she doesn't take care of it. Jaden's too busy at the bar soaking in the... this is crazy. The Les Love, kid bad as F, Javon sad as... This is just all insane. This is insane. This is just...
Why are they bringing Jaden
so
into
Rock
it?
and Blue need to quit this act they're doing and just be together. They don't need to be with no one else and just stick together. He should move her in the house and be a family with her and Junior.
Ew.
Because all this stress and pain he putting this girl through is crazy. So I'm okay if they both F off to an island and never heard from again. At least there were multiple girls in the club trying to cheer Navia up.
Clay.
One thing about her gut feeling, she never wrong. Blue always cheating with and with Krishawn, he made Navia paranoid and hovering over him like she do. He made her care and love him. He steady break her heart and hurt her over a crackhead and her disabled son. I feel like one day Navia will wake up and find herself a great man for her and her kids. There's just a lot going on. There's just a lot going on.
Get out of the garbage pail.
So look, let's get to it. All right, this is the moments before the shooting. I'm gonna have to take it off screen when when the punches and the shootings come out. So they're saying, all right, they're saying.
No,
says,
stop
being
bad.
Fighting. Isn't she a pro boxer? Lock this bitch back up. Where is the baby? So they're saying Krishawn beat up Navia's friend after Navia called the police on her and Blueface.
It's not Navia's friend.
I'm
Navia don't know the girl.
Because I see this video offline and Krishawn beating the brakes off that girl. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Navia don't know the girl.
I'm gonna take it off screen and just check that. It's a fist fight from the get-go. I can't even show you this. It's a fist fight. So I'm going to describe it. She ducking down. I ain't going to lie. Krishawn squaring up like a real boxer. I ain't going to lie. I've talked a lot of shit about Krishawn.
Krishawn's like a man.
She got them hands.
Nala!
She got them hands. And so they squaring up. They squaring up to squabble. And Krishawn throwing big punches. She got a guard up and everything. Bro, she's throwing real punches. Like... But what's crazy is Blueface coming in behind, and it looks almost like Blueface kicks the girl Krishawn's fighting. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I can't confirm that. It looks a little bit like...
That's what people said.
It looks like Blueface kicks the girl on the ground.
That's what people said.
It just looks like that. I can't tell you for sure. All right? So it's a giant fist fight. I'm gonna show you like a little moment of it where you can't see the beating happening. This is like a moment... Ooh. This is like a moment where Krishawn kind of staggers back, all right? So they're fist fighting in the street. Krishawn kind of staggers back from the scuffle. You don't see anything. Blueface over here. Krishawn staggers back. She like ready to squabble up again. She taking off the sweater. the Rick or whatever she called it earlier, she's still trying to get to it. She in the Burberry. But look, I'm going to be careful. I don't want to get...
I'm wearing that same Burberry outfit for like 3 days.
On your own time. But that shit is crazy. She was really throwing them shots, all right? People said, I effing hate them so much. Look like Blue tried to kick the girl on the ground. That's what I'm saying. Bro, it's messed up. They're saying Blue is a demon. Him and Krishawn are cut from the same type of cloth. I guess Blue must love prison because that's where he's going to end up, hanging around old homicide hands. Homicide hands is crazy. I'm going to lie to you. What on earth? It says Blue loves to hit women. He stomped out his own sister with his crew the time that she pulled up to fight Krishawn for beating Carlissa. Krishawn likes to take credit for beating up, but it was really Blue who beat Callie up, and then Krishawn jumped in at the end. He definitely kicked. People saying send the clip to his PO. According to Carlissa, his probation ended last week. It's crazy. He did kick her, and he's going to prison, and so is she. They think they're Bonnie and Clyde. They're really dumb and dumb. I'm not going to lie to you. I've seen Krishawn break the law in that clip. I think she's going to jail. And not even for the murder. She might go to jail for this.
I think she might go to jail for that fight, too.
Probably get me permanently banned from Reddit, so let me
Just
exit.
because...
People saying, same. I swear to God, same. I got to chill. Had to make a second Reddit account. I don't even want to be, you know what I'm saying? This man could have had a nice day with his loved ones at a lovely mansion with his lady, who puts up with more than she should be who puts up with more than she should, celebrating with their new baby, but instead creates chaos all day with this crazy bitch, puts everyone around him in harm's way, spouts off unspeakably horrible things to his heavily pregnant partner, and ends up in a violent altercation. He truly deserves to be under the jail. I'm sorry, but his kids will be better off without him if this is how he acts. All right? It is crazy. People saying, doesn't she have court today? Says, no way, she's showing up on time, but sadly, it's NBD. NBD, am I being dumb? No big deal. Sadly, it's no big deal. She'll just turn herself in, pay a fine if they issue a bench warrant. She'll get another date. And to be honest, she'd love another excuse to come back to Cali.
Stay up here. Stop being
She'll
bad.
be there with a sinus strip. Send this to the judge, all right?
No,
The
being bad.
DA's office is what you want, all right? People saying, look at Blue. He's so hyped for this. He's right where he wants to be, doing crackhead activities with Krishawn in the dead of night. Streams going up. I really hope Navia leaves him and gets a restraining order, because when she has that baby, he's not going to stop Krishawn from attacking her. Says, this is just too much. I cannot believe what's already happened in the past 24 hours. I wonder how Coach Calvin feels this morning. LMBO. Laughing my butt off. LMBO, laughing my butt off. To the
In a
person who
second,
squared up with Krusty,
I'm gonna
thank
send you
I hope you're okay.
downstairs.
Get whatever medical treatment you need and press charges on Blueface. Honestly,
Please, thank
I
you,
couldn't
stop
do that.
it.
You're a brave one, though. Y'all, that's a rumor. Her hands are not considered deadly weapons. They would get in trouble just for street fighting. The registered hand shits is an urban legend. That is an urban legend, right? All right? It's crazy. It's actually crazy. So look, all right? There's another clip going around in relation to this that I'm going to show you. I think this one's clean and I can show you this, all right? But this is basically like Blueface and Krishawn Rock allegedly involved in a fight and a shooting in the hours after attending his pregnant girlfriend Navia's baby shower. So I want to be careful. Let me just double check this ain't got nothing crazy. So look, this doesn't show anything. This seems to be like the aftermath of the fight. Obviously, the shooting happened. We know that the shooting happened now, but there's not any footage of the shooting, as far as I'm aware. It's around. But the saxophones are intensifying, people. But she pushing Blueface out. I gotta lie, that was hilarious. After all this, she edging him out the way. These two are just, it's just insane. They said, well, Blue can go lay down because he stomped that girl in the head and it's on tape, loser. Everyone's cooked. Everyone's cooked. So look, let's go back to the 911 call and read the comments, because I didn't show you those at the start, all right? But it's saying 100 people fighting, shots fired. They said, man, I'm so glad her face is all over them videos. Does anyone know when Swamp Ass has court today? I'm ready, honey. 8:30, allegedly, she's in too much of a coke stupor and probably can't even function. 8:30 is when the judge takes attendance. Usually got to be there by 7:38 to go through security. If they call her name and she's not there, they would issue a failure to appear warrant. Oh, I've seen that happen to other people when I went to Aunt Eve's court date. She should be in the courtroom now if she's smart. I bet she was on the first thing, smoking back to Bodymore this morning, though. So I read a few people say that everyone needs to send in all the videos of her driving with a suspended license and engaging in all fights, etc., to the judge by 8:30 Monday morning. It says, based on a video I saw, then listening to this, I don't think it was 100 people brawl. I think 100 people stood around while Krishawn and Blueface jumped that girl. And then somebody called in and said something about fighting in a crowd. I'm thinking it could have turned into a brawl. I don't know why some of y'all get so up in arms about the idea these situations are staged to an extent. They are, bro. It's just like the conversation we have about when the stream act ends and real life begins. Of course, Krishawn is going to get high and pop off. That's why Blueface treats her as a cash cow. I'm more curious about when the alleged shots were fired. Why does nobody have that on video? I would love to know who fired shots or if there was even any discharged. Where I'm from, that's a crime that gets you a lot of time.
Yeah.
It was weird when Navia was talking to cops outside Dean's thing, and there were a bunch of guys standing around watching and recording on their phones. Most of it's a show, but since it's the raw reality variety and they put themselves in public spaces around regular people, and sometimes criminals just go and action, never knowing if or when a bystander will all of a sudden turn into a participant. People are saying, I don't think Navia is in on it. I think she knows she has to be entertaining and interactive, but doesn't know what's coming or when or how bad it's going to be. But yes, I agree. They're playing a dangerous game, and I've seen some people call it a Black Mirror episode, and I agree. Okay? It is absolutely insane. All right? They're saying that this is the girl that she was fighting, apparently. She was at Navia's baby shower too. Holy. Apparently, Crack Rock spit at the girl first. That's assault. Their drama is scripted. Real-world reactions are not. They often forget real-time consequences can happen. Him and Krishawn get so caught up in their own hype, they'll always hang themselves. Let's see if they tied a good knot this time. Both of them are still on active probation and parole. They seem to be able to skirt consequences, so who knows? Anyway, I hope Junior is finally able to get some real help if they actually do face the consequences this time around. So there are a bunch of other really interesting clips that have been going around from that day that I just want to touch on before I wrap up the video. But this is absolutely insane, all right? There's Navia in the back of the car breaking down with Blueface, basically saying R.I.P. Ronnie and hinting that Krishawn caught that body. Look at this. Ronnie's son. So look, she's saying say goodbye to your kid. She's playing a song, so that's copyrighted, but you get the gist. People in the comments saying he's soulless, he doesn't care one iota. Stand on it, Navia. Quit letting Blue play this weird delusional game with this maggot bitch. It's disturbing the look of amusement on his face while he does this to her. This has the potential to take somebody's life. This shit is not a game. People saying he's been looking unstable. Justice for Ronnie. It's crazy. It says, first of all, Blueface knew she was speaking the truth. You could see it in his face. She's saying somehow that he doesn't have the courage to say it, even though he said it before. I commend her for doing this. This is why I rock with Navia. R.I.P. Ronnie. All right? So, that shit crazy. All right? And there's more. I think this is the same clip. Okay, and people saying I stand with Navia. This was a holy hands mission to go to LA and try and ruin this girl's baby shower. I understand why Navia's so upset. I would be too, but giving Krishawn exactly what she wants, attention, and ruins Navia's day, right? So this is that same clip. Everybody's talking about that clip saying, man, even if she a cockadoo, I still like her because she's stirring the pot. She ain't no Zeus bitch. She don't got to watch what she says. To send justice for Ronnie, save Junior. I don't know how this woman hasn't gone into labor yet with all this stress and abuse. Yes, she knew Blue was a piece of scum, but she still doesn't deserve the physical and mental abuse like this, especially if she's pregnant. She's made mistakes. I'm not a fan of her, but no one deserves domestic violence. I hope Navia finds the strength to support to permanently leave as soon as possible. So people are posting that they're reporting, all right, Krishawn basically saying that she was involved punching and kicking a pregnant woman on the ground. Okay, physically assaulting a pregnant woman. They're snitching, all right? Everybody's snitching on her. They're putting it up on Reddit, all right? Saying people got to stop watching them. They're ignorant junkies. I'm not sure how they got followers in the first place. They're saying the girl was pregnant. He says, get cracking. That's what I heard too. They're saying that Blueface directing it. Uh-oh. In the video, you can hear someone screaming she's pregnant. That is crazy, all right? Sean wants everyone else's kids to be as... You know what I'm saying? Well, people saying, why did she defend, did she swing on Krishawn? I'm not defending her. Well, people were saying Krishawn spat on her. I don't know for sure. Listen to it carefully. Blue says, get cracking, not she's pregnant. All right, so they're saying it's something different. But I don't know. This is just a bad look. It says, people are saying, I think something done switched in Navia after this stunt. I don't know about you guys, but I swear I noticed the switch up in Navia after that little stunt Krusty the Clown pulled on her big day that she's been having. Doubts and getting spoiled all weekend. Not going to lie, kind of loving seeing her not laying down like a total doormat for once and actually speaking on how effed up and disrespectful that was from both of them. She'd been saying she's not leaving for nothing, but I truly think she got the ick, especially knowing he don't give a F about her enough to be...
I don't think Nevaeh going to leave, but I think that she's going to stop giving an F.
Keep begging for the sub goal to match the content, and DDG being the one to sponsor the stream took me out. right? Saying she should have switched up when Blue started being weird with her son and being mean to him.
Yeah,
So
that's weird
interesting,
too,
right?
that he
Saying
started
Krishan thinks
doing
it's
that.
normal to fight a pregnant woman because she was 5 months pregnant, jumping a girl. Right, that's kind of interesting. This lead paint baby keeps deflecting. Oh my effing god! Says she didn't care about her own unborn child. I ain't surprised. Miscarriage Malone. I'm gonna start calling her the Terminator because all of the A words she had. Yo, that's crazy. She got a lot of bodies. So this was from earlier that day. I don't think we saw this, but Navia actually called the police on Krishan.
You know where she belongs and where her baby needs therapy. Bitch is going to jail.
I thought we already talked about that.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't. Nobody cares about me, so why do I give a fuck about them?
That's fine, but we're not gonna do no baby bashing.
I didn't baby bash the bitch. What the fuck are you talking about?
What does the baby have to do with anything you're talking about?
Fuck, because that baby needs more help than her.
I understand that, but what does that have to do with you, though?
Fuck. It has a lot to do with me. What the fuck is bitches focused on me for coming to the house? What? Did you just spend time with the bitch?
No, I'm saying, what?
Why was she no
I'm asking, what is?
You're goofy. Fuck.
People saying she's gonna end up in labor, man. It's crazy, okay? They're saying that this was that moment where Blue was with Krishan. We already saw this, right? Where she kind of yelling at the cops and stuff, but, you know, people giving their opinion. We already saw this one.
She didn't call the
people
cops.
saying Krishan needs to be taking her son to therapy instead of trying to crash someone else's baby shower. They're saying Junior has a long laundry list of specialists and therapists, yet she finds the time to go and do this. If she took care of her son's needs, she would have not have the time for herself. Junior is second, her needs come first and foremost. Where is the kid in all this? Where the kid been? People saying Navia needs to leave that house. It's not safe. He's plotting on moving Krishan back in and trying to get her to stream with him. I wouldn't be surprised if he has Krishan come in to try and make her leave and make her uncomfortable so she moves out. It's so sad to watch. They're saying she should have realized this from the very moment she met Blue. So look, it's a mess. It is a diabolical mess, all right? It's very entertaining, but it's also very sad. These are real people. This isn't actually a reality show. This is just reality. They're streaming, and Blueface is counting racks off of this, all right? It is actually bizarre. It's dystopian. This is Black Mirror, for real. I cannot believe it, but I'm locked in, all right? I think Krishan Rock is going to jail. And there's like 3 things now that she could possibly go to jail for. You know what I'm saying? The driving without a license, assaulting a pregnant woman in the street, and the murder of Ronnie, allegedly, all right? That's insane. Blueface might be going back to jail for kicking a pregnant woman in the head on the ground, allegedly, seemingly, according to some comments. What the fuck is what's going on here? I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to go take a shower, all right? It's long overdue, just like Blueface. Yeah, I'm not trying to go out like Krusty Sean, but this shit is wild, okay? I'll keep you guys updated if I hear anything else, but for now, that is it. Absolute insanity. I'll see you soon.
To do affecting him. Affecting him.
Hey!
All right, you guys. Happy Monday. I am extra happy this Monday because of the great debate.
You better not be going in there.
My, oh my. Honestly, you guys, if we're being honest, it was over the minute that Andrew Wilson began reading his quote-unquote opening statement from his phone. I was half expecting him to just be like, and this message was brought to you by Turning Point USA. Just terrible. Terrible. I mean, without question, the biggest loser was Erica Kirk, Andrew Colvett, Blake Neff, the Turning Point USA organization, more broadly speaking, because we seem to be reaching a new depth of their PR disaster. Could it get any worse? I mean, guys, they brought that guy in to train Turning Point USA students how to debate. He's going to teach them the strategy of debate. They actually paid him to teach them. So they went from Charles James Kirk, Charlie, to a chain-smoking debate bro with a very shaky boot. Like I said, they are the biggest losers. I personally think the organization is over. There can't be much coming back from that, who they're now hitching their wagon to. Erica Kirk, was CEO and chairwoman, ruined this organization in under a year, which is incredible. And it's because the Queen sent an absolute joker. Welcome back to Candace.
I have to cut
Let me just express to you all that I truly feel disrespected. Can I say that? I feel disrespected because there is no organization that knows better than Turning Point USA does. That I was trained to debate by Charlie Kirk across country, across too many college campuses. I mean, just hours and hours and hours while we were traveling, note cards, learning how to debate, what not to do. And so it's just like, how dare they? You know, how dare they send me Andrew Wilson? Really, this is the new person that's coaching the students. This is who you think is going to take me down. Goes into TPUSA headquarters in June, comes out and suddenly he thinks that, I don't know, he's a billionaire, dropping my name Oh, she's too afraid to debate me. Okay. Let me give you guys a little bit of a backstory here. You should just know what happened leading up to this, because it just will give you a better sense of what the organization has become. What we all noticed has nothing to do with who Charlie was. And I think understanding the lead up to this moment, lead up to the great debate, I really do think that it will help furnish the answer of the strategy that Eric Kirk employs as the new CEO and leader. Now, I am not in any way exaggerating when I say that I have never in my life, amongst friend or foe organizations, dealt with a more unprofessional team than Andrew's team in my entire career, ever, anywhere, leading up to them arriving at my house. So foremost, just to back it up, you will recall that Andrew Wilson demanded that I publicly negotiate the terms of the agreement on X. He wanted to tweet back and forth. It was excruciating. He wanted to make sure that I couldn't change the terms. I was like, why don't we take this onto email? We could just go back and forth. He's like, no, this must be negotiated publicly, please. So he literally refused to email like a normal human being until we agreed to the debate claim, until we agreed to the format, 3.5 hours minimally, until I accepted that. And that took about a day and a half of nonstop back and forth, which to me is quite childish. And we agreed, of course, that he could also bring a video guy because he was paranoid to ensure that there were no surprises, like we were going to do some sort of a gotcha here. Like, who was in his ear just telling him that any of this is necessary? I don't know, but I did find out. We also agreed, as you saw, publicly, that he could bring his own fact checkers. Essentially, he's coming with a party of 4. We agreed that he could pick the moderator, etc., etc. We basically folded on everything because I just said, I'm down for this debate. And then once it was excruciatingly and publicly negotiated and we were finally able to move to discussions behind the scenes, we start an email chain, I am provided with no identity as to who I am communicating with. We're basically emailing the quote-unquote crucible team. I'm like, who is this? Who am I speaking with? Why is there no name behind the emails? Even when like I said, we asked, who am I speaking to? They're just being shady for no reason. It's like a faceless email chain. We have all of our names on there, so they know exactly who's calling the shots, who's being looped in. We've got nothing. So whoever this anonymous email person or people were, they then declare that they would like a contract and an escrow account for the funds, okay? Not totally off the mark, but it's going to be hard, not exactly easy to find a bank that approves an escrow account, open it, get lawyers involved by Friday. That's what I'm thinking. They then indicate that they're okay if it's my lawyer's account. Okay, fine. I have my lawyer begin drafting a very simple contract, which basically spells out exactly what we've agreed to publicly. And suddenly we receive an email from the Crucible team, essentially saying, never mind, Joe Rogan has now made an offer to host this discussion down in Texas. So, and I'm quoting this changes everything. Let's just blow up the negotiations. Let's blow up everything that we made you painfully agree to publicly, because Joe Rogan will reach more people than your platform. Now they're asking me to travel to Texas. They offer me a luxury car to accommodate my pregnancy. And I say no. I say no unless Joe would like to come to Nashville, because it does not change everything. It actually changes nothing. And I'm not going to deal. It's already been a painful process. I'm not taking myself through that again, plus pushing the date back and having to be in communication with this team for weeks on end, because you're a fan of Joe Rogan. I like Joe Rogan too, but I only had 2 conditions here, right? Everything else we've conceded to. I said I don't want to travel, not because I can't travel pregnant. I do. I can and I do travel pregnant. I just don't want to travel to this ankle biter who's up there saying, I'll do it on your platform. Okay, put your money where your mouth is. The other condition I had was no smoking. No smoking, no traveling. Anyway, they finally let that go, and I respectfully declined. And when Joe reached out, he was very nice about it, totally understanding. Andrew then calls PBD and asks him to moderate, because Michael Knowles said that he wasn't going to moderate. I immediately said, give me your 2nd, 3rd, 4th option so we can start reaching out to people. Andrew reached out to PBD, and around this time, the quote-unquote Crucible team begins renegotiating what we've already publicly agreed to, asserting that they want to have a guaranteed 90 minutes to basically sit me through a deposition, where he can just go at me and ask me questions, and I have to answer his questions about things that I have said outside of our debate claims. Now, we've already addressed that publicly, and I said no. I said I'm happy to answer your questions once we have exhausted our debate claims, but we're not going to have you sitting down and deposing me. I actually recommended via email. Again, I said, if you want that to happen, you're going to have to pass the bar and join Brigitte Macron's prosecution team against me. If that's what you're aspiring to do, sit me down for a deposition, you have to become a lawyer and join her team. Okay? And I said no. And PBD, I'm going crazy here. I'm like, he is the one that agreed to all of this publicly, made me do this publicly, and is now trying to change things. So at that point, since PBD accepted being the moderator, he suggests that everyone get on a FaceTime call to work through these details. So we have basically an emergency FaceTime call on Tuesday evening, and I explained in detail. Suddenly he's acting differently. I think just having the presence of me now looping in PBD on these emails, he's like, oh yeah, no, it's fine. I don't need to, ask her questions or do anything like that or add that to the contract. I just want to make sure that there will be time for me to address, generally speaking, some of her conspiracies. And I said over and over again, I don't mind answering your questions. We're going to be dialoguing. Like, you're not sitting me down and questioning me. And I want to make sure we had first and foremost address the case. That's what people are here to listen to.
And I explained in detail on this call, and PPD has 2 members from his team on the call as well, Tom as well as his executive assistant. I explained in detail thoroughly that my house is very small. I explained to him why we are not allowing them to film anywhere but inside of this exact studio. My kids live here, they homeschool here, and this is something that you just have to respect, but I understand you're paranoid. We have a very small, formerly HVAC closet control room, but we will create a spot to address your paranoia for your team. They will be able to listen, they'll be able to hear everything, and so that you know that there's no funny business going on, and you're welcome to basically record within the studio so that in the event that we try to trick you or do something, you will have captured it. And he's fine with that. We get off the phone, everything is done. Contract gets officially signed on Thursday. Okay, what could possibly go wrong? You're thinking, right? Because tomorrow's Friday. Well, sometime on Thursday, my producer is like, it's kind of weird that we don't have a point of contact. We are still dealing with a faceless team. No one has reached out to ask for our address. We also need the names because we have security and we need to know who they're bringing. So the faceless people have to become real people. And we end up asking PBD's team to provide us a number for Andrew Wilson. We get a number, and it's Andrew's number, and he says, reach out to this number, which seemingly belongs to no one. They will not identify themselves. So my producer is now texting an anonymous somebody. We try to run the number to figure out who we're speaking to. It appears to be a burner phone. The person I guess they want to surprise us with who they're bringing to the house. I can't even imagine this. I can't even imagine the scenario where someone has expressed to you, my children live here, they sleep here, this is our personal home, like we are going to have a studio outside of this in the near future, but for now, this is what we have. Now, over the course of this conversation with this faceless individual, the person immediately begins getting rude with my producer and insisting, again, this is on Thursday, this is the night before, that they're going to need a desk, they're going to need a place to set up Andrew's live stream, excuse me. They're saying they're now going to need an HDMI cable that's going to run out of our studio into the control room so they can set up a computer into a camera and live stream. They need access to power, they say. They, being the anonymous people, I don't know who we're speaking to, and I almost lost it. I just went, like, this is absurd. They still will not answer who they are bringing, and I said, we have never agreed to allow them to set up a live stream in our home, to run a desk, an HDMI. What are we even talking about? And the person replies that they thought it was implied because our contract says the debate will be live streamed. Yeah, the debate's going to be live streamed, like my show is live streamed every day, because you thought we were going to trick you and put it behind a paywall. Why would you think that implies that you can set up a mini studio in my home after I've gone through such pains to express to both you and PBD's team how small the space is and how we don't have any room? I kid you not, okay? So when did this anonymous team decide to email us rather than trying to, force my producer to just accommodate them? When were they going to email us about this assumption? 9:15 p.m. the night before. 9:15 p.m. the night before the debate, with a follow-up email sent at 11:15 p.m. And still, at no point will they identify who the 4 people are, despite the fact that we asked multiple times in email and via text, who are you bringing into my home where my children lie their head? So it's now debate day. We still get no answers, no identity of who they're bringing. They want to surprise us. That's very apparent. And I just want to say, I cannot comprehend how degenerate and disrespectful you have to be to do that. I would never do that to anybody, no matter how I felt about them. So we just made sure that they were not welcome through the front door. We normally just welcome everybody through the front door. Instead, they had to go through the back, through the basement door, because why would I allow anyone to be so unnecessarily disrespectful? And then we figure out why. And then it starts to make sense, because he shows up with Steven Crowder's team. Steven Crowder's producer, CEO, regular on-air talent feature, who spends all day mean tweeting me. He's actually like the CEO of whatever it is Steven Crowder thinks he does anymore. If you don't know who Steven Crowder is, he's basically a child actor who never stopped being a child actor. He's a 40-year-old man, and he just likes to prank people. And this is exactly his brand of just doing something this disrespectful for no reason. And I mean, when I say disrespectful, and I'm not even like Gerald Morgan is who we brought with him. He was not rude to me, but could you imagine, okay, that despite me detailing why we wanted no filming outside of this studio and saying, you can film in the studio, Gerald decided to do a live call-in from my kids' playroom just outside the studio. It was one of the reasons we said no smoking. We made it clear to them my children's playroom, which is the garage area, is just outside, and you can't smoke cigarettes. Like, all of this was made clear. This was their big plan, is to get views for Steven and to disrespect me. You can go back. And so I still am just amazed that this is something that, like, grown men would be plotting and planning for clicks and views. It's so disgusting. But at the very least, it allowed me to understand why there was so much paranoia, why there was all this weird communication, all this unnecessary scheming, because that's his brand. That is literally his brand. He's just not an honest dealer. He's a part of that bizarre group of middle-aged men who are fixated with me. I just never have been interested in Steven Crowder. I genuinely, I don't follow his stuff. I've never been on his show. That brand of never growing up and thinking that it's funny to do like pranks and stuff. It's grow up, you know? His brand sort of crashed and burned when he was caught on a doorbell cam berating his 8-month pregnant, now ex-wife, when she was pregnant with twins, and he never really recovered from that. And so I guess the way that he thought he would recover is by plotting against another very pregnant person to sort of like break into her house in a weird way. And like, so you could have inside scoop on a debate rather than just maturely emailing and saying, like, why would you sneak into someone's house? Like, it still boggles the mind. Why would you try to sneak into someone's house because you want clicks and views, because you don't have the manhood or the decency to say, hey, look, you said I could bring 4 people, and I'm going to bring someone that you don't like and someone who's been nasty to you online, but that's my prerogative. I would have said, yeah, you're right. It's your prerogative. Could you just make sure this person doesn't, film here, whatever? They did not do that. And it was actually in complete violation to what we agreed to, because one thing the contract did stipulate was no filming outside of this studio. Anyway, I kept it professional. We were kind to everyone because, if nothing else, it did give me the confidence to know that Andrew was surrounding himself and taking advice from very unserious people who like to play pranks, essentially. And I think that we saw the fruits of that during the debate immediately, that was their plan, to sort of play tricks to win. And I do want to say, just to be super fair here, the team, particularly he had in the control room, Rob, he was very kind, very professional. Even Gerald, he was kind and professional to my face, but just what you're doing, the exercise of what you're doing here, is just a level of disrespect that I don't think I've ever dealt with. And if it wasn't for me knowingly moving out of this house in a couple of weeks or so, I probably would not want these kinds of people to know where I live, because you just don't have respect for children. Now, regarding the debates, I do want to say this. By the time Andrew Wilson whipped out his phone and read that opening statement, it was clear to me that he was going to lose. As soon as he said the much trafficked quotation of, you're going off vibes and dreams and no evidence, I knew that he was completely unfamiliar with my content. Like, he just decided to go to Turning Point and say, I'll do this and I'll be macho, and had done no research. And I also had this micro win because earlier, if you remember, I had said that one of the terms that I wanted, that I ended up conceding, was I wanted Turning Point to claim their horse. I wanted them to say that this is our guy. And he said he didn't want that done. We all knew that he was being sent by Erica and company, but he refused that term and said he had nothing to do with them. And then in the first 3 minutes of the debate, he makes it perfectly clear that Turning Point USA is backing him with this totally awkward, I have a never before seen message, wherein he just kind of makes Erica Kirk look like a big fat liar. Take a listen.
I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to the security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. Ooh. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th.
We knew that there was always going to be a threat, but Charlie and I we promised each other we would never live in fear. And he would say, if they're going to get me, they're going to get me. But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered, they're coming after me, someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I had his cell phone.
So for those of you who watch this show, that was the original Turning Point USA sin. That was the first episode that I did going after Erica, and I explained to people that she was lying. I said she's lying. There's no way that I know that this text message exists and that this text message was sent from Dan Flood, and she doesn't. This is in December. This is in December that she's joining Glenn Beck, mid-December, that she is joining Glenn Beck and asserting that she has his phone. And then Turning Point tried to claim, which we met days after, because that's when I went, this is weird. Days after that is when Erica then came to Nashville and we had this summit. And what she told me, which how Andrew was making a very, very bad mistake here, she said, well,
I'm a weirdo.
It was on Signal, and the team's messages auto-delete on Signal. And she didn't know. So I guess Dan Flood didn't tell her. I guess Andrew Colvat, who was giving messages that he thought was relevant to the police, didn't think to give them a message that said the left is going to kill me. But particularly when we sat down, she was like, have you seen the message? And I said, no. And she said, oh, it said the left, and it was on Signal. And I told you guys that was a double lie. She lied again. The message was actually sent an iMessage. Well, Andrew says he's going to be dropping this message because he actually didn't want to show the message for some reason. He wanted this big sort of weird opening where people are going to go, oh, and everyone just thought it was really strange. Really strange for Turning Point USA to not have presented that message, which actually, if they really had a message that said this, their entire narrative has been the left killed Charlie Kirk. Why wouldn't you share that? That seems weird. Why didn't you share that with authorities when you were sharing messages? And Andrew, we're supposed to believe you didn't tell her for 4 months, but you told me in September. And Erica went on Glenn Beck to debunk me and say I was a liar. And now it's just looking real bad for Turning Point USA. So fingers crossed, guys, because I always have a surprise. Fingers crossed that Andrew, who has promised that he's going to release this on his show because he's got evidence, actually does release that message, which is supposed to be on Signal, but I know for a fact is on iMessage. So, yeah. Anyway, moving on, as soon as the actual debate begins, I sort of declined to do an opening statement because it was just weird that he did that. It had nothing to do with the debate claims, of course. It was just taking cheap shots at Candace. The first thing he does is he concedes that there's reasonable doubt that Tyler Robinson did this. PBD asks us explicitly, what percentage do you put this at? And here's what Andrew Wilson says.
Just out of curiosity, are you, between 0 to 100, what is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know, I'd say 75, 85%.
Okay, I win the debate. So I guess the evidence is not so overwhelming. We went from overwhelming to 75%. That's reasonable doubt. Let this man off. What? What are we even talking about? Who has ever been like, yeah, 75% was overwhelming? Hey, how would you rank that restaurant? Like 75%? I was overwhelmed with how delicious the food was, and I put it at 75%. Like, what are we talking about? Why are we here? And I realized that he didn't really know why he was here. He didn't have any sort of a debate strategy other than to lie with confidence. It was just amazing to me how many times this man thought that he could just lie, not only about things that were happening in the case, but also about what was happening currently in the room during the debate. Like, we're sitting here, and he just was like, I'm a wizard. I'm a wizard. I have magic. I have a magic wand, and I can just convince audiences that they didn't or did just hear something that happened 5 seconds ago. It was bonkers. I mean, the amount of people that were like, this is a strong sign of somebody with narcissistic personality disorder to confidently lie and try to gaslight you. Take a listen to just 2 times he did this. He wrote, the car pulling in, that's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
just 5 seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You can even
Patrick,
pull your own
did I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing...
You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened. For you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling yourself black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
It's a bizarre criticism. Like, nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually...
You're the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like, you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine.
It literally came out of his mouth. I never said girl boss. I was just answering and asking him to explain away how he shifted his position on now he suddenly supports Erica being a CEO. And then he started bringing up a girl boss. And he did this so many times. It was stunning. And people were just going... Why? Maybe he has amnesia. Maybe it's not a strategy and he has amnesia, but just assert something with such confidence and to keep lying over and over again was just shocking to me. We were probably less than an hour into it when I realized, by the way, that he was not okay because I wanted to address that, this bizarre strategy of public gaslighting. And he, again, wrongly, but ever confidently, filled in the wrong blank when I said, are you? And this actually ended up being one of my favorite moments. Take a listen.
You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So, no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself. Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence itself.
Okay.
Yes,
actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I really don't think by that time he was okay. It was already apparent to me that he was kind of coming apart and he didn't really have an argument. And it was very obvious that he did not watch the preliminary hearing, or any hearing for that matter. This is why he could not comprehend the contradiction of him claiming and calling people conspiracy theorists. You're a conspiracy theorist, and it's because of the way that you're looking at evidence. You're making inferences off of that evidence. That's his whole thing. He couldn't comprehend the hypocrisy of that. When in fact, he was doing the exact same thing. If all of his evidence was being derived, which he felt was overwhelming, was being derived from a hearing wherein the prosecution was doing just that, looking at evidence and interpreting it however they wanted. A blurry image of a white man with brown hair. I think that's Tyler Robinson. Okay. I think that's not Tyler Robinson. He calls one a fact and the other one a conspiracy theory. This is the whole point of a hearsay. Of the hearsay Utah 1102. And if he had watched how many times they discussed this 1102 rule, it was basically like, yeah, we allow this at this stage, it's probative. He would have understood why I was pointing out this hypocrisy, but he quite literally could not grasp that concept in a way that was frustrating for me, and so much that I had to tell him, I can explain it to you, but I cannot understand it for you. Right? We all have our professional limitations. This is one of mine. I cannot. It's like being in a class and you just have that one student that's not grasping something that seems to the rest of us to be a really easy concept, and he's going, I don't understand. Why do you keep saying it? What is 1102? What is this? What does it matter? Because this grants us all the ability, whether inside or out of the courtroom, to look at evidence and then to infer upon that evidence. In fact, that's what people are doing in any court case, actually. Both sides are doing that. They're in dispute. One side is saying, I infer this. One side is saying, I infer the opposite. And here's the evidence. And the jury makes a decision. Anyway, it was very clear to me that because he was weak on the case and didn't know anything, he wanted out of debating the evidence altogether. He didn't want to talk about the degraded prince who says, so what? So what? do you mean, so what? I'm trying to tell you why there is just as much evidence here, evidence that you say is enough to say that he did it, to say that he was set up as a patsy. I'm trying to prove my claim, but he said, nope, let's go to a new phase. And the next phase was very reminiscent to me of when you learn a new vocab word, you just want to use it. It was like a term he had just learned yesterday or something, and that term was positive evidence. He just thought that if I keep saying it, people at home will think I'm really smart and intellectual. And frankly, it just came across as bizarre. Like, this is just a little bit of him saying positive evidence.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
positive evidence.
This would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not.
But you don't have any positive evidence.
Okay, right? I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence.
Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
That he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which, if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because, you know.
But you have positive evidence.
And we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happens, but it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no positive evidence. Don't you think that, like, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is? She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything.
Genuinely, like, it was maddening. I just stop saying that term. You do not sound smart. You don't need positive evidence for your opinions. You just don't. You're like, hey, I think chicken sandwiches are better than cheeseburgers. But what's your positive evidence? Well, I just think that. Well, what's your you have to have positive evidence. How would I have to have positive evidence for me receiving a threat and me taking it to the authorities? Could you imagine if the world works like that? Like, you receive a threat and someone's like, hey, you should know that this person's plotting to kill you. And you go to the police station and you're like, here's the person who told me this. He's going to kill me. And the police are like, well, what's your positive evidence? My positive evidence, I'm reporting the threat, officer. I don't know how, I want you to do your job now and go figure out if this is viable. They're telling this, well, what's your positive evidence? My positive evidence is me coming to you with the evidence that I have and expecting you to investigate it because that's your duty. I mean, that limitation, it was really funny. I saw a meme, I think we're going to actually show it later, of people just being like, does you think that if you think the FBI is involved and you think that they planned this assassination, that the government's going to help you find the positive evidence for this stuff? Like, well, JFK, I guess it was all above board because you have to have positive evidence and only the CIA can give you that positive evidence and they've blacked out the documents, so you can't speculate about it. I mean, it's just bonkers. I'm allowed to think what I think about Erica Kirk. I think she's suspicious. And then I remind him, I flip the script, and I say, well, what's your positive evidence for you having asserted, as he did, before he went to Turning Point USA headquarters in May, he tweeted that he thinks that Erica Kirk is too retarded to kill her husband. So I'm like, well, what's your positive evidence for that? Are you allowed to just have opinions? And he's like, oh, I'm allowed to have opinions. And he says he thinks that all women are retards. And sure, if you're sitting across from someone that you're paying $100,000 an hour to speak to, I don't think anyone's walking away thinking that women are dumb in this situation. That's my opinion. I have no positive evidence. But I think most people walked away and thought you were the idiot. Anyway, next, he did what he was obviously censored to, and you can just see his whole posture is changing. He's not feeling confident. He realizes he just said the words positive evidence too many times. Nobody cares. No one thinks you're brilliant, and it's quite annoying. And then it moves to this phase where it's very obvious to me that he's trying to entrap me in a lawsuit by getting me to complete sentences in a way that would fall into legal defamation, right? He's asking me, and he's surprising me, and this is very Steven Crowder coded. Like, to have clips, just so you guys in the background, we told them, if you want to send us clips ahead of time, and as you saw, we had no clips planned. We just said, we just want fact checkers in there because we may arrive at certain points where we dispute what we're saying, and rather than going back and forth with, like, yes, they did say this, or yes, she did, or Kathy Nesser did, we can just ask them to do a quick fact check. And because there's a lot of information going on in this case, and sometimes you just genuinely forget things, as I did, genuinely. I didn't accuse him of lying. I said, I don't remember the text about the surveillance thing. Can we get a fact check on that? And we did. That was the purpose of having fact checkers. Never did I imagine, of course, because he didn't share who his team was, or I maybe would have considered it, that he was, what he really spent his time doing, while I was prepping for the debate, he was prepping to try to do some gotcha clips and to come in as Erica Kirk's lawyer. You know, I'm not with Turning Point USA, but if I got to get you on record with defaming Turning Point USA. And he did this in a way that could not have been more obvious of trying to sort of trick me into a lawsuit. Take a listen.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk, so how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay, so then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, that officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the preliminary hearing.
Died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
I If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should-be evidence of a police body cam.
That right there is why it's impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. Look at his face. You could just see it. You could just see the dishonesty there, right? So what she complicit, it's like that sentence was so planned. That was so planned. Complicit in his death. That's not what we were discussing. We were talking about the fact, Erica, I forgive him, implies that Tyler Robinson is guilty. Tyler Robinson is up for the death sentence. And when you are someone who is going around signaling to the public that this person did it, and we assume that you have more evidence, you've seen something, which was the broad assumption as I explained, and it comes to find out that you had nothing different than the public had, people are going to go, this feels wrong. This feels like wrongdoing. Like you're potentially, getting a jury, could be a jury to believe that this is the person who committed murder. And the consequence he will face is death. So I could just see that move there. If that was so Daily Wire coded, I would say. They love lawsuits. They love legal entrapments. That's what that felt like to me. And I could sense it from a mile away. And then I could sense that he was growing frustrated that I would not take the bait. I'm smarter than that. And I then called him out for having played 3 Erica clips like in a row. You're sitting here saying you're not here on behalf of Turning Point USA, but you start with an opening text that only Turning Point USA could have given you that they have not given to the public. And now you're playing 3 clips in defense of her. Yeah, that then led to, because he started getting agitated, that I didn't take the bait. So he's like failed on 1, he's failed on 2. That then led to the internet's most awkward silence, where he just says that I'm not allowed to speak. And by the way, because he lies with confidence, people who were watching this thought that there must have been something contractually that prevented me from speaking or allowed him to pepper questions at me. Both are false. That's what makes this especially funny. There's absolutely no contract clause that I allowed him to sit me for a deposition, because I refused it immediately. I was like, that just sounds crazy. And there was no contract clause that suggested that I couldn't ask him questions at any point in our discussion, not even kind of, sort of. He was just genuinely coming apart and growing really antsy, and he lies with so much confidence that the internet just assumes, like, no, there must be something. No, there was nothing. Here's that painful internet silence. Yeah, I mean, can I ask a question? I know it's been, or like, can I ask a question? Or are we?
Not really. I'm just gonna. Okay. We're gonna hold to the actual contract itself.
The contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you.
I've never said you can't
or have
respond.
A conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like,
let's have it your way. I want it to look like we've done everything Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I will not ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question, or
he said no?
Waiting for the clip.
Okay, so you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the bag? Okay, beautiful.
Your
team told me they had it, so
that's what I heard. Okay, there we go.
Come on, guys.
Just like, it was so painful. So what I think happened was, because I called him out, I said, like, you have 4 Erica Kirks, and he was like, I wasn't 4 in PBD. He's like, it was 3. I think what happened was they had another Erica Kirk in queue, and then they just abandoned it. They just were like, we can't run this. And so then they ran this totally irrelevant, what was supposed to be a Lance bomb, but I naturally corrected myself very early on in our discussion. I didn't realize that he was plotting this as some like big explosion, like, Candace got it wrong. They never officially said that Lance's DNA was on the rifle. And so they just kind of played that, and it was weird, and I allowed it. I totally allowed the silence because, A, never get in the way of your opponent when they're making a mistake. It was such a completely nutty thing to say and to do. No, I'm just going to wait for the clip. You can't say anything. And it was a lie. And I thought, let him do this because it's just going to demonstrate his emotional instability, that he is trying to assert control because he knows that he's lost it. Also, I was not going to argue with him about a non-existent contract clause and waste energy. I mean, our just debate about the contract seemed ridiculous. And lastly, if you consider it, I made $418.63 during that 16-second silence. What is there to complain about? You want me to be quiet? What do you, okay. I gotcha. I'll be silent. It's a lot of money to make to be quiet. Then came the most viral moment after he permitted me to speak again, after the clip was a nothing burger. And it happened accidentally. Okay, so I felt bad that viewers had to listen through him simping for Erica for so long. We had agreed to discuss this case. I, as you know, had said to him, we should discuss the screwdriver, we should discuss the towel. And I tried to then change the topic back to the case. And I made the wrong assumption that Andrew Wilson had read the last filing, the filing for dismissal, which dropped 2 days before our debate. And my positive evidence for that assumption was that Andrew Wilson himself had tweeted about the filing as though it was helpful to his case. He tweeted about the filing, and they were all lying about what the filing was. And here he retweeted somebody else who said, skimmed it. The Tyler Robinson defense is on absolute life support. And then he wrote back, picked a hell of a week. So I was like, obviously, he must have read this filing. And I read through the filing, and just to show you, as I do with everything, for those of you guys who've been following me since the Blake thing, marked it up, took notes, and thought there were some really compelling arguments here. So I came prepared that we were going to discuss the most recent filing as one of his wrong talking points, that Tyler Robinson admitted to the text messages being real or one thing or another. So I also just sort of thought that even if he didn't read the book, he would have at least read the last chapter before taking the exam. You know what I mean? Every person knows that if you're going to try to BS and pretend that you read the book, you better read the last chapter in case a character dies before you try to write an essay, right? And I was wrong. I was floored when I saw him again do that obvious tell of his false bravado. He just lies, of course. And the manner that this man lies, it should be taught in a psych course. I've never seen anything like it. And I just recognized it. Now I was familiar with his style. When I asked him which charge specifically he thought Tyler Robinson was guilty of, it was because I wanted to make sure I didn't make an assumption that he was more flexible in other areas as we dove into this recent filing. And when he did the false, of course, bring it up, I went, oh, he doesn't know any of them. So this obviously became the most discussed moment. This man came in to debate Tyler Robinson's guilt and did not know guilty of what? Take a listen. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges he's up for right now?
Hello,
yeah, of course, but I want to make sure that I have them listed.
Yeah, but can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following the case.
That's the question. You're just not following it enough.
It seems pretty, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, can you tell me one
then let's do
charge
the counter. You can really, hang out. This is a great gotcha.
No, you just got to ask me, play clips out of context, put me in the hot seat, so please just answer the question.
This is fair. Name all 7 since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is
name all 7.
And
Can you name all 7?
I can't.
Then do it.
Sure. You don't have to
do it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have to put your fingers up.
Okay, I name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries the death sentence in the state of Utah. No, that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And so just for people, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined and because it carries a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're just going to recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate someone.
I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that people don't walk away?
No, I just want you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to...
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know.
I know all 7 of them.
Then
and I'm going to say again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually am under no time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And
what's the specific charges, though?
That is them. Obstruction of justice, obstruction of justice, witness tampering.
Okay, and there's no other specifics to them?
Well, we have to tell you why he's being charged.
No, just the charges and then 7?
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder.
No. Aggravated murder.
Shaken. I'm it's just, I can't even imagine what it must be like. I mean, I know
I'm going to try to do
equally as bad, but it's just such a liar.
Little tiny ones.
Why not just say, actually
I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it.
Which would have been crazy, but it's this false bravado. This is how he debates. He just lies confidently and just lies. And then when you recognize it and you call him out on the lie, he falls apart and he starts sinking more and more and more into the chair, sweating, develop some things in his teeth, and that entire personality of a man just could never drive with me. Like, I would never for a single second be intimidated by that.
It's a reason why his wife looks like a horse.
Nothing here that's remotely intimidating. You're just an idiot.
Because Andrew Wilson's not an ugly man, but
sport debater, bro. There's nothing weaker than not just saying, I don't know. I would like to know what the answer to that is. And I was hoping we would actually be able to have that constructive dialogue. I was upset that we could not spend more time discussing this case. And once that happened, he was completely deflated. I mean, Andrew Wilson was very lost, and it was almost like he had to remember things they wanted him to bring up. It was very obvious that his foot just wanted out. I think his foot wanted to tell the truth. The foot was it wanted out. They're like, oh, the foot holds the truth, Andrew lies, but the foot just doesn't want to be there. His boot, he was literally shaking in his boots. I don't know what was going on there. And he couldn't kind of regain any sort of composure. I didn't understand anything he was getting at beyond that. He started that bizarre inquisition about my show's timeline, demanding to know why it was my show's official timeline and why I had included Tyler Robinson and Penguich eating a steak. I don't know if he's just averse to organization. Like, I love organizing. Timelines make sense to me. I love highlighting them. I love putting timestamps. I'm very proud of that. I don't know what he was getting at. He just wanted to know. I'm like, I spoke to the owner. The owner told me that he pulled the receipt, that it was Tyler Robinson's receipt. And so I included this on my timeline, and then the receipt that was shared was the real receipt. And then he's like, well, why didn't you ask the merchant? Like, he's like, this is still not evidence. You gotta call Visa and MasterCard. I mean, take a listen to what he said. It was so absurd.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah
evidence?
1102 approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is...
I'm trying.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like, if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. If it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. That's what you mean. That's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler Robinson.
Yeah, I just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding you. I'm just asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
so should that be added in an official timeline that you give?
It's in my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
you
we get
can do what
something
you
wrong,
want, sure, but I'm asking,
to make sure.
Should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
under... And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it, but I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
I'm actually all good with being... I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got the information, what happened next, with the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it, yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show. He's like the first person account of the server saying that he served him. They contacted the FBI. He shared his experience. He recognized Tyler Robinson on the news. He gave an interview. The owner, I spoke to him. He's like, none of that is positive evidence. I'm legitimately held to a higher standard than the FBI. Meanwhile, we got the lead investigator on the case up there, and they're asking him during a preliminary hearing, how did you know that the maroon person walking up the stairs was the same person as the individual who was wearing the black shirt later that day? And he says, they were both wearing Converse sneakers. Andrew says that's compelling. Tweets that that's a part of the overwhelming evidence. Okay, and me, did you call Visa and MasterCard? Beyond speaking to all of these people, beyond the receipts, did you call to confirm a Visa with the merchant that this was in fact the Tyler Robinson who was up? No, actually, I haven't done that. But you know what? My timeline's going to stay my timeline. I'm proud of my timeline. I'm a very organized person. My pantry's very clean. I love the Container Store. I use label makers for everything, even my seasonings in my cabinet. I have label makers in my refrigerator. So I will not allow you to tell me about how my timeline should be organized. That's what I want to say. I was lost it there. Suburban moms who have organized pantries, stand up. At the end of the day, I am so embarrassed for Turning Point USA. I cannot imagine Erica hugging this person. I've got to show you guys more clips. He is literally disgusting, right? And they thought this guy was going to be able to take me down. I was trained by Charlie Kirk, and they sent me Andrew Wilson. But I will say on a positive note, it was bittersweet because it was just amazing to remember all of those things that Charlie told me not to do, not to fall for. Don't start attacking him personally. I did not engage in that. He opened with that ad hominem attacks against me, remembering to always overstudy. Like, I took it very seriously. Obviously, I was not playing gotcha clips, but I was marking up filings, reminding myself, rewatching the preliminary hearing, going back to the timeline to remind myself because so much has transpired, obviously, in 11 months. And Charlie used to always tell me that you see people get crushed in these sorts of debates who are overconfident, and then there's just like the one kid who asks a question that throws them off and it goes viral. So never underestimate your opponent. I didn't know what to expect, and I obviously not expect that he was just going to be one of these weird middle-aged men with gotcha clips. I thought he was genuinely going to read at least one of the case filings or know one of the charges, but it was like I said, good to go through that again, and to be studying and to do the thing that he said with the note cards. I did every single thing that Charlie told me to do, and to stay calm when they're trying to poke you, be aware of people that are trying to put you into these sorts of legal traps, and it genuinely, when it concluded, we were just like cheering. We were so happy. Bittersweet, obviously, because I never thought in any of that learning with Charlie that it would one day be me debating someone that his organization clearly sent. But such is life, and I'm happy that it is me that is exposing what his organization has become.
I disagree. I don't think that Tyler Robinson was the shooter, and I don't think that there's evidence to support that.
My friends over at Preborn, their president Dan Steiner asked me to share just how grateful they are for faithful supporters like you. So far this year, because of generous partners,
I feel like
50,000 babies have been saved from abortion. That means
people are just listening to what they're being fed, and it's
every tax-deductible gift
not
is used to rescue babies and share the hope of Jesus Christ with their mothers. In fact, this year alone, more than 8,000 women have made decisions to follow Christ, all because someone like you helped provide a free ultrasound. It costs just $28 to provide one life-saving ultrasound.
How I feel about it, based off of the evidence that we've been given.
Dan's message is very simple. Thank you. Your generosity is saving lives for both Earth and eternity, and today there are still mothers that are waiting for that same life-changing moment. So if you'd like to give, dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby. That's pound 250 baby, or visit preborn.com/Candace. Again, that's preborn.com/Candace. I also want to remind you guys about Ethos, because life has a way of changing your priorities when you least expect it. One day you're focused on what's next for you, the next you're thinking about a home, a family, and how to build a future that feels secure. As your world grows, so does your perspective. That shift in mindset is what led me to make life insurance a priority. It's one of those things that's easy to put off, but having it in place gives me peace of mind knowing the people I care about would have financial support if the unexpected ever happened. Getting covered today is simpler, faster, and more affordable than many people realize. That's why I love Ethos, because with Ethos, you can apply online in just minutes. No medical exams, no waiting rooms. You just answer a few health questions and you could be covered the very same day. Ethos has a 4.9 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot with over 5,500 reviews. And what really stands out to me is that Ethos helps match you with coverage that actually fits your life, your goals, your budget. With up to $3 million in coverage and plans starting around $30 a month, protecting your family can feel very doable. Peace of mind should not be complicated.
I think I'm going to ban that from my chat. I don't want that name in here anymore.
ethos.com/Candace. Again, that's ethos.com/Candace.
I don't like people trying to bait me. I think that's really
gay. I have to remind you guys about Pure Talk, because a recent industry survey found that Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars across every category. Coverage.
Can somebody ban Perry?
You deserve 5-star wireless service, and now Pure Talk has an invitation for you. If you switch to Pure Talk today, you can get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plans.
I don't
for
want
just
Perry in my
$15
chat
a month
anymore
for your first
either.
3 months. No contract necessary. It's just an insanely good offer to switch to a top-rated company. Pure Talk's dedicated U.S. customer service team is a huge part of why they have 5 stars for support. Their team saves the average family of 4 over $1,000 a year. Now's a great time to choose Pure Talk. You'll pay just $15 a month for your first 3 months on any plan. Simply head to puretalk.com/Owens to claim this offer. Again, that's puretalk.com/Owens to start saving today. Okay, so much that I want to say about the reaction on the internet. It was fantastic. First and foremost, I don't think the left and right have ever been united on anything. But in our general sense of what Turning Point USA has become, we're united. Genuinely, he performed so badly that not even the neocons would touch it. The best they could do for Andrew Wilson was to say,
I will say, I wish
no one, I couldn't
the
even watch it. I
absolute
couldn't even watch it, so it doesn't
best
even
in
matter
life.
how anybody did. And everyone who was backing him just sort of backed off immediately, and they're doing their best, but they can't pretend. The memes have been exceptional from the left and from the right. They have been exceptional, mocking him. It's amazing to see. This man is not a conservative, by the way. I'm so sick of these like wannabe, like C-list people that come out and then just call themselves conservatives, but obviously live their lives in a way that is anything but. They're complete frauds. I'm going to go through some of my favorite memes. Andrew, first off, coming out and declaring that he won by asking, not ChatGPT, he asked Claude. And Claude told him, since every poll said he didn't win with humans, he then went to Claude and drummed up a conversation, I guess. And Claude told him he really was the winner. He really was the winner. Everyone who was a human didn't like you, but the robot community loves you. And he did tweeted this: every AI source will say I won. This was never in question. Specific AI programs built for this purpose. He actually ended up getting a fact check on this, and people explained that it's just AI is scraping from establishment sources. And we all know the establishment is behind Turning Point USA. But this is just the most pathetic thing I've ever seen. He literally crashed markets, by the way. During the debate, I didn't know that Polymarket had odds on whether or not Tyler Robinson would be convicted. And during the debate, the odds crashed. That represents our debate day, where you see that line going down. That is how poorly he performed. Tyler Robinson, convicted of homicide, dropped into the 30s. I think it hit 34% during our debate, which was positively hilarious. But I'm going to show you some of my favorite memes. So you might have seen on the thumbnail, if you are not following this account. I think it's Wear Forbidden Clothing is the @handle. I want to make sure I get that correct. They are so funny. For years, actually, I've been following them. They are so funny. But this video that they created, this AI video, which went viral this weekend and which is represented, as I said, on my thumbnail, just tickled me so much, of Erica calling in
Thank you.
Andrew after that abysmal performance. Take a listen and a watch of this.
Wait, I can explain.
Shabbat shalom, Andrew.
What?
We invested a lot in you.
I was having nicotine withdrawal. The chair was uncomfortable. I barely slept. My foot was...
Silence!
She asked you to name one of the 7 charges. You said positive evidence 47 times. It was a framework!
47 times, Andrew. Bring me the jar.
No, please, not the pickles!
Jars wide shut. And just to correct that, the handle is @WearForbidden. On X, and the reason why it's jars wide shut is because this goes back to a moment where he was being disrespectful to a woman who couldn't open a jar. I think it was actually of olives or pickles on the whatever podcast, and he was smoking a cigarette, and then she said, okay, then you open it, and he couldn't open it. So now he's kind of called Pickle Boy, and that, again, his false bravado all the time is what gets him into these circumstances. I absolutely loved that. I also loved the stages of grief. Everybody grieves differently. So he's grieving by first talking to Claude. The 5 stages of debate grief. This is from @Alpha Approved. They write denial. I totally won that debate. Number 2, anger. That was rigged, biased, unfair. That's actually going to happen. His wife. Number 3, bargaining. Okay, maybe I lost, but Candace is worse. Number 4, depression. Why do I even debate? And number 5, acceptance, which will come, which will say, he will come out and say, all right, maybe I should have prepared. Maybe I should have known one of the charges. We are at phase 1, and we are also at phase 2, which I can give you an example of his wife trying to suggest that we maybe rigged the mic pieces is crazy. Okay, I have one in my ear right now. It allows us to hear what the producers are saying. As I told you, his guy, Rob, who was very professional and kind, so no shade to Rob, was sitting next to them. And that's why he was saying, could you pull a clip or whatever? His team was right next to my team, and these earpieces do not work beyond 15 feet out of the control room. So they just, and Andrew will tell you that every time he got up, he had to reset it. They don't work. So there's no one else that could possibly be talking in your ear because of the structure of our walls. So anyway, Rachel responds, who's his like horrific wife, responds to somebody trying to pretend that I was receiving intel on that last question because they're still coping over this. Was Candace Owens being fed answers? Something about the debate caught my attention. Both Candace and Andrew appeared to be wearing in-ear monitors. So what are these actually used for? And he kind of goes through all this. I literally turned these people into a conspiracy theorist by the end of it. He started off by calling us conspiracy theorists, and then by the end of it, he was going through my phone and thought that I was texting people for answers. That's amazing. That's a flawless victory. That's a flawless victory. To end it with him suggesting a conspiracy, where what I was actually doing when he came back in my chair, because I barely got up. I literally only got up one time that entire, he went up every break. I did not get up. I was tweeting. You guys saw me tweet right before that. I sent one tweet. I texted nobody during the entire debate because I was focused. I was locked in. But then I was like, I'm going to send a funny tweet because I feel pretty confident I won this. And when he came back, he saw me doing that and thought that I texted someone, which is very funny. And guess what? The answer to a conspiracy theory, I demonstrated for him. Here's my phone. Just answer the question. Make the person feel comfortable. You don't have to go crazy. And it's the one thing Turning Point USA does not want to do at all is answer any questions. They just want to send these debate bros, I guess, out. But this was absolutely hilarious that I thought that meme was fantastic. We also created our own meme because I used to be anti Turning Point USA shills, but he's different. I don't want anybody referring to Andrew Wilson as a paid shill. Andrew Wilson's not a paid shill. This is like the Drizzy meme. TPUSA sending paid shills, not cool. TPUSA sending shills that pay, we're with it. We're with it. Send more Turning Point. That's how you'll show them. Pay $100,000 an hour to be embarrassed. Genius. What a great idea. That's amazing. That's my new rate, $100,000 if you want me to embarrass
you. I really like this one.
He must be into that.
Whatever. I really like the way this is coming
anyways,
out.
His wife had responded to that.
The roses was a nice touch.
I know that they had headpieces, but I'm not really sure why they had these headpieces. I believe the contract stipulated that each of them was allowed to wear an earpiece. That's just a lie. Why do they lie so much? Why do they lie all the time? No. The earpieces, which he and I were sharing left and right, were just a producer. Our producers, we all heard the exact same thing, and PBD had a direct line to them. Then this quote was hilarious because obviously Steven Crowder is somehow invested in this.
I want to do another big one.
Just
big,
never grown
not
up.
a big one like the middle, but a bigger one.
I guess he was on the phone with Andrew Wilson right after the debate. Was speaking to him. He kind of tried to imply like one way that we tried to hurt him was by not providing him with hair and makeup because he looked like he was sweating, like that was our fault or something. Take a listen to this absurd exchange.
Did they Nixon JFK you? Because she has a full stylist and makeup crew. Did they give you makeup and no. You looked a little bit. You looked a little bit shiny. You looked a little shiny. You looked a little shiny.
Yeah, it looked a little shiny. It happens.
I don't even know what to say about it. It's like, first and foremost, we do not have, like, again, asserting something confidently and lying. I know they have wardrobe. We do not have, and nor have we ever had wardrobe. We do not have a full-time makeup artist. We do not have a full-time hairstylist, none of that. So in between takes, I take care of myself always. That's it. Everybody knows that my cousin does my hair. She's the one that gives me the blowouts and takes care of my hair. People have known this for years, since before I was even a podcaster. She hasn't taken care of my hair. And our makeup artist was actually off that day. She does a glam and go, though. So it's like in the morning, she comes in, and then she leaves. So this being a point, like as a PBD, somebody was coming out and flying in, and making him look good and making me look good. That this is how much these people were coping, like trying to find a conspiracy to make it seem like there was something that was not fair. If you look greasy, pull up a mirror instead of going out and having a cigarette and having a smoke, and powder your own face. I don't know what to tell you. We're a small team, and we're just not. We don't care about things like that. We don't want to spend a bunch of money on things to make ourselves feel important. And my favorite of the copes was his wife conceding exactly what us conspiracy theorists have been saying since the very beginning, is that actually the grifters are these people. They know nothing about the case at all. They just want to go on TV and say, oh, this person's scared of me, this person won't debate. They don't know anything. So she writes this long tweet, and it's right there in yellow. She says, of course Candace will know the details better. She admits I knew the details better. She's been covering this day in and day out for 11 months and doing practically nothing else. Andrew had about 6 days to prepare. There's no way he was going to beat her on having more knowledge of the details. Goodness, Rachel. Wow, this is a wife that, so she admits that I beat him on that, A, which stands against his I won the debate, but also she admits he doesn't care about this. He walked into Turning Point USA headquarters in June and came out flashing around money and suddenly tweeting at me and attacking me because that's what they orchestrate at Turning Point USA headquarters. This is no longer a serious organization that cares about whether or not people are living their lives admirably. This is no longer, it is crazy to me that if you just go through the clips and learning about Andrew and Rachel Wilson, that this is who they tied their horse to, this is who they're feeding information to, that any person would willfully donate to them, that any person would want their child to sign up for this conservative organization that is not representing conservative principles. My opinion, by the way. What's my positive evidence for it? Andrew Wilson. Is that positive evidence? I don't know. What does it all mean? Can it be my opinion that Turning Point USA is a dumpster fire? Because that's what it is. I do want to address this very quickly. I realize we are now way over time. I don't know if we're going to have time for book club because I didn't realize I had so many words to say. But people were randomly, as soon as I said I would take it. So first it's she's scared. There's money on the table. And that's what I'm doing wrong. I'm being scared and not taking the money. Then I take the money, exactly what he offers, $200K, and I'm the bad guy because how could I take the money? These people are insane. They're just insane. There's no way to make them happy. They can't leave you alone and let you just investigate the case because you got the money's on the table. And then they chastise you for taking the money. And they were all instantly like, Candace needs to establish a trust for Erica Kirk. Like the people outside of Michael Knowles, the people that I absolutely despise, all saying this in unison, I need to donate this money and establish a trust for Charlie's children. And then people just randomly telling me what I should do with the money. Like, for example, this person, multimillionaire Candace Owens, should donate her victory money to Tyler Robinson's defense if she really thinks that he's innocent. Andrew Wilson put his money where his mouth is. Why doesn't Candace? Like, I didn't offer Tyler Robinson publicly to go across things and say, I'm going to prove to people that I think he's innocent. I'm going to give $300. I never did that. I don't do that. Those sorts of things. That's not what I do. I'm not braggadocious, and nor would any person who knows the least bit about finance be so stupid as to spend $300,000 to have a conversation with someone who debates for free. Always. Do my annual debates with Piers Morgan. They're for free. Been debating all across college campus. I was doing that for free. I've had debates with Rabbi Shmuley, who I can't stand, on Piers Morgan for free. And so it's just so interesting that actually my entire life, all these people ever do is message me kindly and respectfully and ask for a debate. No one has to throw money around. That's how it works. I've hosted debates. There's been no money involved. This is unique because Turning Point USA just hates me this much. And we're obviously, Blake Neff and Andrew Colvett were retweeting him as he was going after me and offering more and more money. And now they think the solution to that is for me to open a trust for Charlie's children, which in a way, I know it's not, but it feels like money laundering. The organization that's hunting me, you want me to then give the money to the person who'd be in control. That would, at first, of course, would be Erica. First and foremost, what I want to say is there are a few things I despise more than fake altruism. People who do charity as a part of a PR program and not because it's necessary or needed. And Charlie Kirk's children have been multimillionaires while he was alive, and that increased in his death. Many people opened trusts, raised money. The last thing that Charlie Kirk's children need is more money. What they need is a stable parent, and unfortunately, I can't give them that. Right? I can't give them that. Mom doesn't want to be home. Dad can't be home. And the one thing they need is not a bunch of influencers using them as a talking point and suggesting that 300 more K could plausibly make a difference. And like I said, there's something about it that just feels
hi
icky.
21 like people. I don't know why there's so many people watching, but hi.
For you to give the money back, that's not going to stand for me. And
I'm just
so
over here playing.
What I would like to announce that I'm doing with my money thus far, what I've decided, other than the fact that I did go to Waffle House this weekend, is I'm going to take care of the people who took care of me. As this organization has fixated, sent influencers, is a part and parcel of these group chats that are coming together, protect Erica Kirk, people who have attempted to make our children feel unsafe, that they have gotten behind, retweeted, supported. I'm going to look out for those people. People like my sister. You want an organization that's going to get money from me, it's going to be the Catholic Church. The priests that took care of me emotionally when I was coming apart with the realization that
good for you,
Charlie
Candace,
and everything that he had worked for, he's been betrayed. Charlie has been betrayed. Everybody can see that. You betray him every single day when you do these sorts of things. You betray who he was. You betray the friendships that he had. You lie constantly about who he
why?
was.
Because Candace tells the truth.
I am not going to take any instruction from Turning Point
Candace
USA.
tells the truth, and I think that's why people don't like her.
Or any of these neocon dogs that they send out on what I should do. It's just not going to happen. So, yeah,
That
I'm
went
going
down
to take
the
care
wrong
of my
pipe.
sisters. I'm going to give money to the Catholic Church, and I'm going to decide what I want to do. That's it. You were the ones who offered the money. You were the ones who retweeted it. And so it's therefore mine. You can skip all of your fake altruism. Why don't you guys give more money to that organization? Because the direction that they're headed, I don't see that this is going to be an organization in 10 years down the road. I see it crashing and burning like everybody else does. And like I said, for the first time ever, the left and the right are united in their disgust for
yeah, I
what this
guess
organization
so.
has become. And that was not a feeling that people had on the right, especially in the wake of the assassination. So you guys did this. This was your loss, your L, and that's all I'm going to say about that. We'll be right back after a brief break. All right, you guys, do you owe back taxes? Do you have years of unfiled returns? Or maybe you filed every year and you still can't get ahead because the balance keeps growing? Maybe you withdrew money from a 401k or an IRA and suddenly got hit
I'm
with
a
tax bill that
widow.
you never expected. Whatever caused the problem, one thing is certain, the IRS penalties and the interest keep adding up every single month. If you don't have a plan now, you could end up owing even more next tax season. Before the IRS starts sending more letters, garnishing wages, or freezing your bank account, call Tax Network USA. They've been helping taxpayers nationwide for more than 15 years, resolving back taxes, unfiled returns, and serious IRS problems. So whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, your team has resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. Right now, they're offering a free IRS investigative call to find out exactly what you owe and what options you have to fix it. So call 866-686-1651 or visit tnusa.com/Candace. Again, that's tnusa.com/Candace. And I want to remind you guys about American financing because everyday expenses keep climbing and the high credit card interest is not making life any easier. If your budget is feeling squeezed lately, there's a smarter way to take back control. If you're a homeowner, your home equity is your best financial tool. American financing can help you consolidate high interest credit card debts so that you have some breathing room. Timing matters now more than ever. With a strong chance of an interest rate hike this September, waiting could cost you thousands. And with rates in the fives, there's no better time to find out how much you could be saving. So ditch those 20% interest rates by consolidating. You can slash your monthly obligations. In fact, American financing borrowers save an average of $800 a month. Imagine what that kind of cash flow could do for your family. There are zero upfront fees, and you may even delay up to 2 mortgage payments. So lock in your lower rate before September. Call 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800-795-1210. Or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. That's AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. Okay, I also want to let you guys know, we got so many messages. Please sell the t-shirt. I can explain to you, but I cannot understand it for you. Exhausted trying to explain this to him. We do have that available on our website. So if you go to KSOWens.com and you can have that t-shirt. We have them available. We also made that a sweatshirt. I can explain it to you, but I cannot understand it for you. T-shirts, different sizes of that available. And of course, a mug, which I can't wait to get if I can explain it to you. And we also put up this. This is my second favorite shirt. If you know, you know. It's in maroon. This is my wear your second favorite shirt. If you've learned nothing from this podcast, you do bad stuff, you wear your second favorite shirt, not your first favorite shirt. So we have some new merch that's available on the website, and that is, of course, the easiest way to support us and support the work that we do and the investigation, which we can now refocus on, which was really none of their business at all. Why Turning Point USA doesn't want people investigating and exploring other leads in the Charlie Kirk assassination boggles the mind. It really boggles the mind. Top comments from the great debate. Go Max Everyday writes, let me begin by reading this message from my sponsor, Turning Point USA. Yes, that is what it felt like. It was absurd. It had nothing to do with the debate claims. Know your psyop. Second message, 75 to 85% confident Tyler did it, is literally reasonable doubt. I am so glad. I didn't even look at the comments. My producers told us that you guys clocked it as well. It's crazy that they just concede the entire debate right at the beginning. So yes, you have a right to pursue other leads. No, you do not have to reach out to Visa and MasterCard and speak to the merchants to do so. I want you guys to know that. I may, guys, have to, I didn't realize we were so overtime on book club, so we may need to do that tomorrow. We're finishing the book, and thank you to book club for allowing me to bump Friday to accommodate the great debate. Comments from today's episode. True Detective writes, Andrew Wilson's rules of the debate. Avoid knowing the facts of the case, pretend to be intelligent and qualified, and don't mind that your left foot is nodding in agreement with Candace throughout the conversation. And question, when Andrew's wife makes him a sandwich, is he expected to open the pickle jar? I mean, that relationship is just on its face toxic. Like I said, you should go look up clips of like her disgusting mouth and the things that she says in the whatever podcast and how she speaks, and they're branding themselves as Orthodox Christians. And he said on some stream that his wife went in and spoke to the executives of Turning Point USA. That's why I say Turning Point USA is just over. Like we can't, this Christian psyop has to end. We just have to stop pretending. Erica on her face is, I can't get a sentence out without saying the Lord, the Lord, the Lord. She's hugging Andrew Wilson. These are who is being brought into our organization and given money to train people to debate. I'm sorry people are clocking that. I'm sorry. It's not positive. It's not positive evidence, but it feels like some evidence that the whole brand is fraudulent now. It feels like evidence that Turning Point USA is now essentially trying to sell people faux Christianity while they behave in just the most detestable way behind the scenes. And now it's in front of the scenes. Like I said, I can't wait for him to drop that message. They have themselves in a pickle with that message. He says he's dropping it this week. Do your thing, Andrew. Do your thing. We woke now writes, in the words of my grandmother, he don't know no better. Way to stay above the muck. Yes, I was just not going to meet him on his level. He came across as petty, and just, these men are too old for this. Like, you know what I mean? He's almost 50. Stephen Grauer's 40. Like, grow up. Be professional. What are you all doing with these accounts that you're dedicating to tweeting about Candace Owens 90 times a day? Find something that gives you purpose and go after it. I don't know you. I don't know these people. Like, it's crazy. I literally have never met Steven Crowder. So that entire obsession with me is just because I covered when he was berating his wife and said it was gross, because it was. It just was. Chris Angelo writes, one thing that is actually overwhelming is how proud Charlie is of you. As he smiles from heaven, the Holy Spirit truly gave you the patience and discernment needed for the debate. Keep going, Max, for the truth and for Charlie. Christ is King. Thank you for saying that. And like I said, that was the bittersweet thing, is I was reminded of just, I really feel like I have this, Charlie. No, you should still go over everything, because it just takes one question, and for someone to throw you off your game, you have to stay updated. And I did all of that, and I'm glad that it worked out. Jenna wrote, you were amazing in the debate. I offered my daily mass and rosary for you on Friday. I'm so proud of you. Such a role model for my four daughters. Christ is King. Yeah, it's one of the first things I did. I went to a Saturday mass and just thank the Lord, just for the ability to communicate in a way and to have the opportunity to expose what we all know is going on. And that's, by the way, the real purpose of what Andrew was doing, was to distract us. With nothingness, they brought no new people to their side. It just the same establishment media trying to convince you that you should not believe your own eyes and your ears. And that's what we have right now. That's what we're living right now. Riley England writes, Candace, what a masterclass for how gracefully and brilliantly you defend your convictions with facts. We all know you did this for Charlie. You displayed a restraint in a class that I look up to, and you clearly owned pickles. LOL, St. Joan of Arc, pray for us. Indeed. That is my patron saint. And I hope that people did learn that. Just
I love
stay
Joan
calm.
of Arc.
And yeah, I could have forced him to be like, oh, I want to just talk about the case. But like I said, I actually know that my audience is smarter than that. I believe in my audience. I know people can see through that. They saw right through him in the same way that I saw through him live. Maddening to hear him keep telling us stuff that happened 5 seconds ago that didn't happen 5 seconds ago, but say it with like smugness and arrogance. You said it. You said this. No, I literally didn't say that. Like, you don't have magical powers here, sir. Zamet writes, I think Andrew Wilson was hoping to open the pickle jar with the screwdriver that they planted on the rooftop. Indeed. Callens writes, thank you, Candace. Followed you since Fox News. You're no more on Fox. Thank God for you and Charlie. With love. Thank you. And J. Beam writes, it really freaks me out that Andrew said you could just not do what you are doing, seeking the truth and asking questions, and be okay. He said that quote, you could just not do what you're doing and be okay. It's almost as if he is aware or realized on air that you are close to the truth. Totally creepy for him to say that, a bit worried. It was strange to me that he so instantly jumped into the Israel and France narrative, which, by the way, people would add that to why they think Israel is sus, because why does it take and require so many people to try to tell us that Israel's not involved? Why is that a priority for you at all? Your debate claim is the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson did it. If the evidence is truly overwhelming that Tyler Robinson did it, you defending and proving your debate claim would take care of the Israel one. But he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to talk about or defend the claim. He instead wants to go, why do you think Israel did it? Where is your positive evidence? My positive evidence is you sitting here right now prioritizing defending Israel rather than your claim. It's sus. People think it's suspicious because it is.
No, you're
you keep
good.
trying to force this Israel didn't do it narrative, and the more that you do it, we go, just doesn't make sense trying to constantly emphasize this. The best way to prove Israel's innocence is to prove Tyler Robinson's guilt. And you failed to do that. People should be taking a look at the Israel narrative. We have a right to ask questions. We're going to continue to do that. True. I think I read that. Jenna. Oh, I think I did. I read that one as well. And I think I read them all. I think I'm good, actually. 7 Sheets was the one I was missing. 7 Sheets wrote, I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. Wow, we need merch. This will go down in debate history. Kudos to your bravery once again, but they must realize we are legion right behind you. God is with you. Thank you so much for you guys being with me. I think our audience actually grew. The platform got bigger. And it's because telling the truth, also exercising humility is really important. And if you learn anything from this debate, like if you don't know something, just say you don't know it. You're not required to be an expert at everything. I didn't even dive into, it sounded crazy when he said the bullet split in air and caused air. It felt like another one of his confident lies, but I wasn't going to pretend to be a ballistics expert on splitting bullets midair that create air under your shirt. and I just trusted the internet. They will take a look at that. The hunters, the common sense people, we're going to go, this man is once again lying boldly about that claim. And sure enough, we've already seen videos of people just going, he's clinically insane. I had Air Force veterans messaging me being like, I cannot believe he said this on your platform. And that's the point. This is how we grow. This is how we are legion, because people go, that is such an absurd lie to tell that I now need to look into what Candace has been saying. And so many people then go back and they watch the content and they recognize the holes. And we are doing this because we know that everything is wrong with the trial.
So I'll tell you guys a weird story. Being a widow is really weird. So yesterday I was watching a video. It like came up as I was watching shorts. It was just like a video of like dads cussing and like getting angry. And like, I don't know, like I just got like really like sad for a moment. And I was just like, I'll never have that, like I'll never I'll never get to have one of those moments again where Charlie is just like mad for no, like, you know, insane, like funny mad, you know, like, I don't know. But yeah, you miss weird things as a widow, and it hits you at like weird times. But I'm very grateful for my life. I have a really, you know, good and blessed life. And even though my husband's not here, I know that he's in heaven, and I know that he's watching out for our family, and I hope that he's proud of me. I hope that he's proud of the mother that I am. When my husband was alive, I was a very, very good mom. I was a really good mom. And then after he passed away, I kind of started to become like a bad mom. And I feel like now I'm back to like being a good mom again. So I hope that he's proud of me, and he sees how, you know, that I'm, you know, doing better. I'm just kind of like glad that I didn't, you know, let it consume me, because I could have, and I let it consume me for a while. Like, I let myself get into this place of like using drugs again, and, you know, thinking that I needed drugs to survive, you know? Not even needed drugs to survive. Like, I needed to be high all day, every day, in order to function, because I was so miserable, and I was so sad, and I was so angry. And I'm just really thankful that I moved past that. And I didn't move past it on my own. I didn't, you know, miraculously do it by myself. I did it with the support of my family and a lot of work and God. Because without God, I don't know where I would be. And it's so crazy, because even after I stopped using substances, and like even after I got clean, the devil was still had his hooks in me. Like all that like tarot reading and everything, that's demonic. That shit was keeping me away from where I was meant to be. And even now, there's like other things that I do. Like I strongly feel like me using weed is like limiting my experience of the Holy Spirit. Like it's not allowing me to fully experience God in the way that I'm meant to. Because like the Bible says to like be of sober, like to be of sober mind, and there's a reason for that. But at the same time, like I struggle with a lot of pain things, and I don't want to put myself in a position where like but then I feel like I'm not trusting in God. So it's something that I'm battling, and I'll figure it out in time. I don't think that sinning, I don't think that me smoking weed is sinning, though. I want to be clear on that. I just think that it limits my experience of the Lord. I feel like I could be in closer communion with him if I wasn't using cannabis. Maybe, possibly, I don't know. Am I single? Yes, I'm single, but I wouldn't say I'm single, actually, because that would mean that I'm like single to date, and no, I'm not. I'm a widow, and I don't date. I'm married to Jesus right now.
Kirk narrative. Literally everything is wrong with this narrative. And like I say to you guys all the time, they're not going to get away with it. Positive evidence or not, I sense that we are getting closer to the truth and they are getting panicked. But here's what I will say. There has to be a consequence for Turning Point USA. There does. There has to. Vengeance does not belong to me, but the truth belongs to everybody. And you know, there's nothing I do better than sentencing them to more truth. So get excited because tomorrow we will be sentencing Turning Point USA to more truth.
Yay.
Which is what they want, more truth and transparency, right? You send an absolute slob to my home to debate me, to disrespect me by not just being honest and forthright about who he wanted to bring here, to violate our rules of no filming where my children play. We drop more truth. That's it. That's all. I'm never gonna say that. That's it. That's all. Anyway, that will be tomorrow. I am very already late on book club. Can we do it tomorrow, Sky? Can we just check the calendar? I feel like I have. When am I doing? I'm doing Dave Smith's show, right?
Yeah, I said why I was streaming so much lately.
That's at noon. Okay, hold on, guys. I got to get you on the calendar. Just give me a second.
It's because I've been by myself.
Wednesday cannot do. Yeah, but let's do Thursday. Yeah, because I think I want to pack going away with the husband for our anniversary, number 7. I just casually have a conversation like that, right? I'm like, can I do this? I think we should do Thursday. Okay, perfect. All right, you guys.
Thank you.
People, I will see you on Thursday. Get excited, you guys, for tomorrow. I love when the punishment is more truth. Your punishment is more truth. Turning Point USA. We will see you guys then.
We were listening to Candace Owens, but now that's done. All right, let's do a little charm to go with it. I need a...
Random shit going and niggas just was hype. I was just like, you know what it's like outside. Bro, what? She know what she do. She know what she do. We don't know, bro. They was just like lit, just drunk, and they started. It was about 4 or 5 of them, gang, and they just surrounded her. Like they just. All I know is I'm up, and I hear three, and I look back and I see like 4 or 5 bitches surrounding her. So I just, oh shit, hey, y'all rock, nigga, boo, everybody turn around. Nigga, shit, I don't think she needed our help.
Hello, Glasgow. How are you?
I ran down there. I was like, what'd you call me for? She was like, I don't know. I needed somebody to see it. I needed a witness. I wanted somebody to watch me beat this bitch.
Can I get a witness?
Random shit going and niggas just was hype. I was just like, you know what it's like outside. Bro, what? She know what she do. She know what she do.
Put a finger down if you're a mixed girl who was raised by a white family and never learned how to do her natural.
Here we are. Here we are. I'm going to get this baby out. I'm about to get my member suite. No dad is around right now. So just having a peaceful moment without being called mean names, being brought down. I thought my day could be special, but just because it was his third time being at a baby shower, it was okay, like, for him to downplay me and try to make me feel like a piece of... Here we are. Here we are.
This is too thick already. I see it's too thick. So let's try these pieces. What?
This is Lola Lee T.
Friday just
hey everyone,
passed,
how are you
boo.
guys doing? Welcome to my channel. So
We
today
just
did
was
her
at
very
Friday.
first ever kick stream. Her friend was with her. She was on the way to her doctor's appointment. Blueface was not with her. We all know where he is. Probably with Krishan. He was nowhere in sight. So Nevaeh's goal right now was to get the baby to come out. But, you know, that baby is like, I don't want any of this drama. I just want to stay in here. I just want to stay in here with God. I do not want any of that drama. So her main goal was to, so she is going to get induced today. Everyone was wanting her to speak about the situation from last night. There was so much drama, guys, you know, with Krishan's tussle, with her walking out and seeing Blueface in Krishan's car, demanding him come out. He wouldn't come out. I guess he just stayed with Krishan. And then, you know, we're hearing that there were some pew-pew sounds involving 100 people where Blueface and Krishan were, you know, I guess in that area. I don't really know the full story on that, but that's circulating right now. Lots going on.
Yo, I don't know how to work this son of a piece of... Okay. Hey, y'all. I'm live. We're going to my doctor appointment. I'm about to get my member suite. Say hey, Key. So, we're trying to get the baby out. Yeah. I've had enough. Yes, you guys seen the situation last night. I'm not going to talk on it too much right now. But, you know, the baby shower was beautiful. We had a blast. Yes. we had a blast. I'm starting to read in between all the lines. Last night was a great time. I do feel some things were true. Honestly, a lot of things. Felt like, you know what? It's okay. It's all okay. It's all okay. Run away from your baby. Run away. Run away. So, I'm going to get this baby out of me because I want him out of me. I'm done playing. I want this baby out of me. It's time to go ahead and get out. That baby shower was done. I'm so appreciative for the baby shower that was done for me. Shout out to R&B and WEG. I'm so appreciative. Yes.
Who got into a fight? Who are you talking about?
As they should be.
I can't stand Krishan. She bad. She a bad person. She evil. She demonic.
From you. Yeah, I should have. I really should have.
She is demonic. She's demonic.
I definitely should have streamed. I fucked. But
she's a demon for sure.
Here. And the baby's almost here. So I hope you guys are ready to sub up, to just be there for every moment with me and my two babies. We're ready. Gotta start gifting her. Fix camera? How? Girl, you have no...
And she really should have streamed yesterday, considering the way she was talking. I think she has finally accepted what it is, you know, the situation. Hopefully she'll just focus on her two babies, forget about Blueface. But you know what? I think JR is going to look exactly like Blueface if he is the father. You know, especially because she disliked him so much during her pregnancy.
Why are we saying if?
We're gonna see, you guys. We're gonna see. So she gets to talking about Krishan versus Jane Alexis' friend. Lots of people thought the woman that Krishan tussled with was her friend. She makes it perfectly clear that she didn't know the woman. It's a random woman. So check this out.
Girlfriends, because why was you solo? And that girl was not my friend. I don't know her from a can of paint. Okay, so no, we're gonna tell you what really happened. What really happened is we all
Blueface
split
is
up
not
after
her
the baby
husband.
shower. We thought that Nevaeh was going to the house. Nevaeh was with her man, and she was
Blueface
on the string, so she wasn't looking at her phone. She she went there by herself. We ended up pulling up
ex-boyfriend.
late, and when we pulled up, we ended up scooping her up and saving the day because But yeah, she was not really by herself.
Blueface got a whole
for real.
pregnant
she was
girlfriend
by
right
herself,
now.
But it wasn't supposed to play out like that.
That's what I'm watching,
And
his
I keep
pregnant
seeing stuff where
girlfriend.
People are like, her friend. None of her friends got dragged yesterday. That was a random. No, not a random. Okay, that wasn't a random. That wasn't a fan friend. We're not gonna call that girl. We don't know her from a can of paint. Yeah. But it was a random individual. We don't know her. Okay, we don't know her at all. So that was about it. And my friends, they showed up at the baby shower. They showed out, looked beautiful. They didn't have no clue what was going on and who was in the front. Suspicions on how the address got leaked. Well, from what Birdie said, he leaked. So here we are. I'm going to get this baby. I'm about to get my member suite. No.
So, despite all the drama last night, she seems in good spirits. She got her friend with her. The baby will be here very soon. Seems like that is her priority, and I think that should be her only priority right now is her baby and Superior.
Right now. So having a peaceful moment without being called me names, being brought down. I thought my day could be special, but just because it was his third time being at a baby shower, it was okay, like, for him to downplay me and try to make me feel like a piece of... Whatever happened in my past by me being at a shelter, I don't think that's something to throw in my face. Yeah, none of my family was there. I'm gonna be real on that one. He ain't lying. I could have reached out to some people that would be there, but I didn't choose to. I kept this to myself. You know where you hit that stage in life where you don't want to share them type of experiences with people and you just want to do it all on your own because you're so used to being independent? I've been that person from the jump. It's okay for you to go through things with your first baby, your firstborn. That makes y'all even stronger. My baby is everything. So my baby's my everything at the end of the day. So at the end of the day, if I chose to do this, me and my son bond is just even stronger. That's mine. We all go through things. He's got Section 8. He's got EBT. He's got everything. You know what I mean? Like, so it don't matter. We can have them type of things. That's what the government's for, to help, right?
No.
So therefore,
that's not what the government is for.
I never got on this saying, I'm too perfect to have these type of things. I never bashed nobody for having EBT or to go to a shelter. I still got some friends in the shelter. Nothing's wrong with that, bro. I uplifted myself and got myself out the shelter. That's not in his name. That's just not in his name. He didn't put me in an apartment. So it's like, I'm just tired of everybody trying to make it seem like this right here is where it all started. Yeah, he put me on a platform. I'm appreciative. I would never downplay that. Even still, let's not act like you didn't already have like your own platform. Like he just really made my platform. He boosted the and I'm so appreciative for that. I would never downplay nobody for that. Like I would never do that. Like.
But to be fair, hearing what we just heard there, Nevaeh may have had a platform. We didn't know who she was until Blueface gave the go-ahead for her to introduce herself to the circus. But before that, we didn't know who Nevaeh was. He didn't make her a household name. He made her famous, and even if she breaks away from him now, I think people will still tune in to see what she's up to because she will forever be connected to Blueface, just like Krishan will forever be linked to Blueface.
The programs. I didn't have something big as this. Like I didn't. And it's okay. I can admit my faults. And yeah, maybe I do tell the truth too much. Why? That's cool. Truth. I guess tell your truth and move on because I no longer have the urgency to keep telling y'all anything. If you believe it about me, sure, I did it. If you feel this way about me, feel that way. I'm not changing the feeling. But I no longer can prove myself to nobody that doesn't want to hear me out, but wants me to sit and hear them out every chance of the day. People don't matter. And for those that keep trying to call, I have this green outfit on you. Right now, I'm about to put y'all on pause, and we're going to go inside. Wait, what time is it? 12:21. We're going to go inside my appointment together, okay? You guys can hang out with me today, me and my friend. So, me and my close home girl. We out here. Us Midwest are out here, okay? We out here. We love us some, we like some West Coast, some. Oh, and I got a link up coming. I got a link up coming. Y'all, you know who. I got a link up coming, and this is going to be so fun. You guys are going to love it. It's not no man, though. Sorry, my revenge is not with a man. My revenge is being successful.
No, seriously.
Like, it is the last. I'm about to have 2 kids. It is the last thing that I vow. I swear to God. Don't give a word. I don't want none. I don't want none. I don't want none. I'll see you. Come with me, guys, okay? Okay, I'll see you guys in a second.
All right, guys, so we are officially on baby watch. I will keep you guys updated. Guys, let me know your thoughts. Thank y'all for watching. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Love you guys. Bye.
Let's watch some.
Our story begins in Longmont, Colorado. On the afternoon of October 13th, 2021, 911 emergency dispatch received an alarming call.
911, address the emergency. Yes, hi, I'm at 20 Sicily Circle. I need an ambulance. Our post office guy was just shot. I heard 4 shots, and he's down. There's a FedEx guy checking on him right now. He is breathing. Where is he bleeding from? He's bleeding out of his mouth. Did anyone witness this? I don't know if anybody saw exactly. We saw someone run. We heard 4 shots. Okay, which way did the person run? Down Renaissance. So south on Renaissance. Okay, what was that person wearing? A hoodie, blue mask. I couldn't identify him. I just saw a backside of a man running away after 4 shots. We have the police. I'm going to let you go. Right.
Here's the body cam footage of a responding officer.
Sim 219, we're at the corner of Heather Hill and Renaissance, and I'm out with Wheeler.
Copy, Heather Hill and Renaissance.
Go. Move up. Here. He's had no air. No air. Stand by. Throw him on the bed. 1, 2, 3. We were given a description mail. Possibly blue.
Hello, my Jaime.
All of them? Go.
Even before when we can. I need to know what the perimeter is right now.
Can I ask you to look out for the shooter and we'll take care of this?
Yep.
Thank you.
You got it.
I've got mostly the west setup. I've got the same 399 South Airport and Pike. I've got 325 in the South Airport and Clover Basin.
Get airway, Billy.
The victim sustained multiple gunshot wounds. The incident took place in the Somerset Meadows neighborhood in Longmont. As technicians processed the scene for evidence, investigators spoke with witnesses. One citizen had interacted with the postal carrier minutes before the shooting. The woman had gotten her mail from the carrier and returned to her home. Shortly thereafter, she heard 4 gunshots. Multiple neighbors heard the shots as well and witnessed a man in a hoodie and mask flee the scene. Police contacted the local post office, and employees identified the victim as 33-year-old Jason Schaefer. Not long after, detectives received tragic news from the hospital. Jason had succumbed to his injuries. As multiple law enforcement agencies swept the area, Longmont police tracked down Jason's loved ones. Jason's mother, Lori, lived in Connecticut. Detective Josh Burke asked local law enforcement to make the death notification in person. Lori said that she heard a knock at the door. It was the Connecticut State Police. They informed her of her son's death and the limited information they had regarding the incident. Jason Schaefer was born on July 1st, 1988. Lori said he was perfect. Jason's father was only a part of his life for the first 2 years. When Jason was 3, his mother found love again with a United States Postal Service coworker. Lori said that Chris loved Jason and that the two were close. Jason's stepfather, Chris, said that he was a cool kid and a great athlete. Chris said that he and Lori never missed a game. At around 26 years old, Jason was searching for a new adventure. He moved roughly 2,000 miles away to the state of Colorado. Taking after his parents, Jason decided to work for the Postal Service. At the Longmont post office, he met Devin Schreiner and they began dating. Jason's parents met her
I
and
heard
thought
this.
she was a great fit for their son. Lori said that Jason wanted a family, so when Devin got pregnant, he was thrilled. In 2015, Jason and Devin's son was born. Chris said that Jason fell in love with his little boy immediately. He said that it gave Jason a new purpose in life. A few years after their son was born, Jason and Devin went their separate ways, but Jason remained devoted to being a father. Devin would have their child for half the week, and Jason would have him for the other half. Jason's parents told detectives they last saw their son 3 weeks prior. He had just moved into a new apartment with his girlfriend, Rosa. Jason's parents said that it was the happiest they had seen him in a long time. Back in Longmont, investigators scrutinized the crime scene. Nothing from Jason or the mail van
Rosa
was
is
missing,
Devin's sister,
so
I think.
robbery was ruled out. Based on evidence found at the scene, the shooter fired 5 times. Although 5 shots were fired, the medical examiner determined that Jason had only been struck 3 times. Once in the back, once in the left eye, and once in the forehead. With multiple shots to the head and face, detectives believed it was a targeted attack by someone who knew him. Jason's forehead wound had stippling, indicating that it was a very close shot. While at the scene, a neighbor informed detectives that she had witnessed a shadowy figure standing across the street. The person appeared to have been waiting for Jason to be alone before approaching him. Detectives wondered who had the motive to kill Jason Schaefer. Within 2 hours of the shooting, with the help of neighbors, investigators began gathering surveillance video. A Ring doorbell had captured the area where the shooting occurred. The video showed the assailant walking across the street and around the back of Jason's mail van. Seconds later, the individual fled the scene. The camera wasn't close enough to show details of the suspect's appearance. However, it did reveal the direction they fled. Another neighbor's surveillance showed the person wearing loose-fitting dark clothing. It was evident that the shooter took steps to
I'm gonna make a
conceal
little
their identity.
teensy little one,
Detectives
baby
circled back to
one.
Jason's family. They asked if there was any source of strife
Little
in Jason's
teensy baby
personal life.
Rose.
His parents immediately pointed to his tumultuous relationship with his ex, the mother of his
Well,
child,
my green
Devin
hands
Schreiner.
fucked that up.
Lori said that Devin became pregnant soon into the relationship and that the couple was still getting to know each other. She said their values weren't the same and the relationship deteriorated. Jason tried to get along and co-parent, but that wasn't going well. He ended up contacting a lawyer to set up a parenting plan. The latest development in the custody of their child was a request for increased custody filed by Jason 2 days before the shooting. Lori told detectives that the custody battle wasn't the only conflict between the former couple. Jason moved in with his girlfriend Rosa a few months before the shooting. Lori didn't think that was a good idea because Rosa was Devin's younger sister.
Told you!
Chris said that Jason was happy, so they tried to be happy for him. Detectives
You out here
contacted
dating
Rosa
your
at
baby
her
mama's
workplace
sister?
and informed her of what
Brutal.
had happened. She was devastated. Investigators were able to
Devin
verify with her supervisors
done
that she
lost
was
her
at
mind.
work at the time of the shooting. They asked Rosa to report to the
Rosa!
station for a formal interview.
I've seen this one already.
I've told you guys everything I know. No, we got a dead baby here.
It all started when Cheyenne Hill took her 18-month-old daughter, Ellie Plummer, to Riley Hospital for Children in Indianapolis, Indiana. Ellie's injuries were so unusual and shocking that hospital staff wasted no time notifying the authorities.
I can't wait to get more of this clay. Even though it's really hard to condition, it's my favorite clay now. I love the colors. I love everything about it.
Jim Sloan. I'm a detective at the Sheriff's Department. And
Emo effect is my shiz.
The one thing that I want to tell you that I want you to make sure that you understand is you are not being detained. You are not under arrest. Okay, you're free to leave at any time. Okay, we would appreciate your cooperation to obviously. We would appreciate your cooperation to help us figure out what's going on and give us some details. Are you willing to do that for us?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. First of all, are you Cheyenne?
I'm Cheyenne Hill.
Okay. And your date of
My
birth?
name's Russell.
Okay. And your date of birth?
3/20/1990.
Can you tell me what happened?
Well, this morning, whenever, at 3:40 to 5:20, she was awake and coherent and fine. She went to sleep.
3:20.
3:40 to 5:20.
3:40.
She was awake and coherent. I was asleep. Cameron sat with her so I could sleep.
At the time, she was living with Cameron and 2 other children at their home.
She went back to bed. When she went to bed at 5:20, she cried a little bit and went right back to sleep. I woke up at 8 o'clock. She was still sleeping. She was snoring, so she was, as far as I knew, fine. I went into Cameron's room and hung out with him for a little bit to talk, and then went back in there to wake her up before I went to work to take her down to the babysitter. She wouldn't wake up. I thought maybe she was just too tired. I asked him if I could leave her with him for as long as if he needed to call me to do that so I could go to work. I went to work for an hour, and he said that he thinks that she needed to go to the hospital. So I came and got her and took her to the hospital. Michelle, Robbie, my babysitter.
Now, when you, from the time you left her and went to work until you had returned and brought her here, had you noticed anything physically different?
No.
Nothing visibly?
No, whenever I left, she still had some bruising and stuff from last night that was new. Michelle knew, she said nothing happened, so she just had some slight bruising on her face.
Who's Michelle?
My babysitter. Whenever I picked her up, I was like, oh, she has some more bruises, and then, I think about it like she's a baby, and she bruises easily, which she might have lupus, so we're not sure if it's because of that she's bruising easily.
As already highlighted, when Ellie was brought to the hospital, it was clear the little girl had been subjected to unimaginable violence. Her broken collarbone, swollen head, bruises across her face, and brain bleed.
Oh my gosh.
Evidence of the horrific trauma she had suffered in her short life.
How does people do that to a
who had just
baby?
lost her daughter in such a horrific way, Cheyenne seemed unusually calm.
That's insane to me.
Nothing had been different. She originally had a knot on her head because she fell. She rolled off the bed about a week and a half ago. I'm not sure if she had anything else. It was at Cameron's house. It was in my bed. She just rolled off and onto the floor. The floor is wooden, but that's all that happened, and she had a lump. So the lump had went down. Brett had seen it. It was just a little lump.
Right, and so the lump was here in between her eyes? Mm-hmm. Okay.
And I had iced it last night because it looked like it was a little bit bigger, so I iced it to try to get the swelling down.
Okay.
And then,
did she,
Cameron iced
hang on
it
just a
last
minute.
night, too.
Just, when this up here occurred, was there any other problems with her as far as mobility wise?
No, she was fine.
Does she crawl or walk?
Walks.
She does walk. And playing and moving her arms and stuff like that was all good?
Yeah.
Okay, continue on.
And then last night was fine too. She was walking fine. I gave her a bath before bed too. And she was playing in the bathtub fine. But whenever she went back to sleep at 5:20, and then whenever I woke up, and then she was snoring, which I, she snores. I didn't think anything was wrong with her. Anything was wrong with her.
What?
Anyway. So, I thought maybe she was just too tired. I didn't know that she, was having a brain bleed. How was I supposed to know she was having a fucking brain bleed?
While this case seemed unusual, it wasn't entirely new. Past tips had pointed to strange incidents involving this mother and her daughter. But the truth that was about to unfold was stranger still.
Do you want to see pictures?
Okay.
It's bad.
Have they left yet?
Yeah.
That was them going out?
The doctor said baby's probably.
All right, we'll let you get to it. I know you got a lot to do. See you guys.
It's likely not survivable.
With the earlier reports and complaints about the household, it's painfully clear that Ellie's home life was anything but stable or safe.
We had a report made, let me pull the actual date, a few days ago for mom, who is Cheyenne Hill. Baby is, oh, you got all that, Eliana. So it was reported on the 17th.
My baby's name.
Staying with Cameron Fleming and his two children.
What do you guys
and the
think?
home belongs to Cameron, and that
Let's put a little razzle dazzle on it.
drug-like smells were coming from the apartment, as well as marijuana.
Cameron who?
Fleming.
Let's put a little razzle dazzle.
It says 7 Maple
I have
Ridge.
red now. I'm gonna do red roses on the next one.
So we got 5 from what we tried. But mom will be able to give us that.
Blue,
And then
purple, red,
the child also has a
purple,
babysitter,
red,
Michelle.
orange.
And
I got some new chromes. That's a purple, red, orange. I don't want to use that one.
use. And then it
I don't
also
want to use
mentioned
that.
the child has lightened bruises on
This
her face.
is a blue
And that it was said
purple.
that she fell out of bed.
No, maybe.
Let's take a moment to think about this. 6 days.
Green, red.
That's how long it took for the system to fail. Children's Services received a tip about Ellie's well-being 6
Gold
days
pink.
before she
That's
was
a
ever
purple
seen by a
red.
doctor. That's more than enough time to step in, to take action.
Blue,
to
purple,
protect her.
red.
With such horrifying injuries, immediate intervention should have been the only option.
Do I
The
have a
system
blue, red?
was warned, yet it
Green,
failed.
red.
And then we got a 2-hour today from these people who she's been staying with. They refuse to give their name or
This is
address
blue,
to
purple.
the hotline, but it's Cameron and Kara Fleming. And this one reported that mom had left for work and left the baby in the care of these people, and then the baby was unresponsive. And so they came here. And so now we're here.
I don't want to do blue, purple.
That's what she claimed initially. Of course, this child has so many injuries. You can scroll through. That's just what the nurses got today. The baby also has a brain bleed and a broken collarbone.
Many people highlighted
All
that
right.
Cheyenne used to throw food on the
We'll
ground
use
for
that
Ellie
later.
to eat. She even named this sadistic method. She referred to it as free roaming.
It looks like those bruises up in there.
The blue, purple?
What are these
Let's do the
looking
blue,
like to you?
purple.
That looks like cigarette burns.
That's what I was going to say. That's what I thought as well.
Yeah. So I'm interested to see the kids' skeletal survey,
Yep.
as well as like CT scans and MRIs. Yeah. Yeah. So I barely talked to mom. I just wanted to wait till you guys got here and then got us a room, and then we've got a drug screen, mom and babysitter too. So I just figured we can do it together.
Ellie had been in critical condition for a while, but despite her obvious distress, Cheyenne made
Nala.
the decision to leave for work. Even though she suspected something was wrong with her daughter, she chose to go about her day as if it were business as usual. It's chilling to think that a mother especially one who had a sense of what was happening, would turn a blind eye and prioritize work over her child's well-being.
Hospital. I'm sorry. Cameron tells you that she looks pale. You tried to wake her up. She just grunted.
Made little noises, like she didn't want to be bothered.
Okay. And then what did you say or do?
I continued to try to wake her up.
And then what? She wouldn't wake up.
Wake up.
Okay. And then what did you do?
I checked her eyes. They didn't dilate, but they seemed normal. Like they were normal.
Just the bibs.
What do you mean you checked her eyes?
To see if they dilated, to see if
Demonstrate for me how you checked her eyes. Okay, so you opened her eyelids.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
She was
Now we'll do the blue, purple, red
She didn't do anything.
on
She
the
grunted at me.
blue
I thought
part.
maybe she was just dead asleep, like a normal.
Okay.
God.
And then what?
But she had started the posturing then apparently, because I noticed that she had been doing this with her hands and her feet.
Cheyenne's reactions to the loss of her daughter raised immediate red flags. Instead of breaking down in grief like most would expect, she maintained a calmness that bordered on the unnatural. What made her statements even more alarming was her sudden and frequent use of medical terminology. She spoke of posturing and pupil dilation, words that felt oddly clinical coming from someone with no formal medical background. On the surface, it might have seemed like an attempt to explain Ellie's condition with authority, but to the detective, it only served to incriminate her further. Because here's the thing. Either Cheyenne genuinely understood what these terms meant, which would mean she recognized the severity of Ellie's condition and still chose to do nothing, or she went out of her way to research these terms to sound smarter, more informed, and perhaps more responsible than she truly was. Both possibilities painted a damning picture. Right now on my Patreon, you can watch one of the most disturbing scenes ever recorded on an interrogation room surveillance camera. It's a combination of desperation and carelessness that resulted in something incredibly shocking. This video is not suitable for sensitive viewers.
Still needs something more. It's not giving me what I want.
You won't find it
so,
on YouTube, but you can watch it.
I'm going to get the pearl.
Videos on
and we're going to do the pearl. The pearl gives it that sparkle without effing with the color.
I asked him to see
But this
if he would keep
gave it
her,
a nice shift.
and I texted Michelle to let her know that I wasn't bringing her down because she didn't feel good, but I might have to have her take me to the hospital with her. I left.
Yes, bitch. That's exactly what I'm looking for. That razzle dazzle.
Someone saw me and picked me up and drove me the rest of the way.
It's not sticking though.
I was at work until 10:57. Whenever Kara came and got me.
What time is that? You're at work?
It's kind of sticking.
10:57. I started at 10. I was texting him the whole time trying to see if I needed to come home and take her to the hospital.
It was her boyfriend who had urged her to take Ellie to the hospital.
I went and took Ellie down to the... I noticed that she was not... Like, she was not moving well. So I picked her
Really?
up
You think
and
it's one of the best so far?
when I did, I put her clothes in her coat.
I mean, this was all handmade. This is like all made. This was probably one of the longest ones because I did all the details on my own. I didn't do anything like other than, like I didn't use a mold or anything. It's very much all me.
Why didn't anybody just call 911 for an ambulance?
I don't know. Just went, got my daughter and took her in.
Okay.
Just faster that way, I think. I don't know. I don't think about it like that. Just picked up my daughter and brought her to the hospital.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The whole time she was fine until
Let's go put it in the oven.
she showed no signs of great bleeding or anything like that. She was walking. She can't talk, but she was fine.
Cheyenne continues to deny knowing the extent of her daughter's critical condition, but it's hard to believe that a mother could be so oblivious. What's even more baffling is the confidence that killers often have in believing they can outwit the authorities. They seem to think that law enforcement won't be able to trace the exact time of death, or they might hide their tracks. But why bother lying?
I love that.
Red-handed.
So now I need to find a spot that I could buy the female clay in, or I'm gonna have to keep on ordering it online. Because the female clay is, once it's conditioned, that's my favorite clay.
And then that
Once I get it going, girl.
And she's already well aware of this because I had to meet with her on Monday. Alleging suspicious smells coming from the nearby apartment home.
Now let's do the red.
That it is unknown which apartment the smells come from, but that mom visits the other apartments near her quite often with Ellie in her care.
Cheyenne had already made enough claims about the situation to raise serious concerns, and as a result, it didn't take long for the officers to start highlighting the signs of child abuse and neglect. The previous tips about her behavior, along with the troubling reports, began to piece together
that
a
lotion is
disturbing
by
picture.
far top-notch
The
smell.
authorities
My
quickly
favorite
saw
scent.
the patterns, with the focus shifting to Cheyenne's actions, or lack thereof, and the disturbing environment
Right.
in
I
which
think
Ellie
this is
had
the
been living.
same as this.
When I had mom take her out
It
of
looks
the car seat,
pretty much the same, so I'm gonna use this one up first.
she was acting fine. She was
Hopefully it
alert,
doesn't mess my hands up. It probably will.
And one thing I do know about her is she's never really been verbal. I'd have to get clarification from mom about like if there's like a speech delay or what that looks like. So, I mean, she was moving.
I think this is the sparkly one, though. Is this the
Mom
sparkly?
had brought to my attention
Nah.
because I asked her first what she thought we got a report on the phone, like when she was agreeing to meet with me, and she thought we got a report because the child had a knot, is what she said on her forehead from falling out of bed. So she said that story.
What could I do with the red? What should I do with the red? What base color should I do with the red? I'm thinking this red is soft as shit. I'm thinking of mixing this red with this white to make like a light red. That's what I'm gonna do.
Her strapped in, her facing, and then waving to mom, and then starting to
This
cry
is a
because
pearl white
she had her mom to do.
At this point,
that I have
all
a
the
bigger
claims
one
and
of. That's why I feel
accusations
comfortable
were
to mix
still
the two.
hearsay. No definitive
Ooh, it looks like
action
a
had been
Christmas
taken,
candy
and
cane.
earlier tips had either been ignored or left unverified. Cheyenne remained technically in the clear, at least for now. But that was about to change. She was brought to the police station for further questioning, this time accompanied by her own mother.
So I saw the WVFW that it's considered a homicide, and I'm freaking out really bad.
The findings at the
This is some soft clay.
autopsy were a little shocking. It's the medical personnel's. If it takes more than just a Band-Aid, I'm not very, I don't have any business making any calls on that. So until that path is back, and she told me at autopsy that it could be up to 3 months, which was November, December, January, February. So, well, today's the 7th, and that was the 23rd, so
it's not getting any lighter.
So I had mentioned something because I had asked you about how Kara had mentioned to me that it looked like someone had done that to her face. And I had asked you about if you could get the, I didn't say fingerprints, I think you had misunderstood me. I was wondering if you could get an accurate size of a hand.
Well, it doesn't matter if I misunderstood you or not, because the answer to your question is, in regards to fingerprints,
fingerprints. Like, I know that there was marks on her face, and the markings means that the bruising. I meant by markings and bruising, could you tell what size the person's hand was?
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain, so that you have a full understanding of it. The possibility of it occurring is that
it's a little bit lighter.
Is a possibility.
It's pretty soft. Because this is literally the Fimo soft clay. Well, no, this is the Fimo effect, so it shouldn't be so soft, but let's see how it works out.
It's the same difference. It's just
I
like
wanted
if you
to
push up on a window.
Make the roses out of this.
Well, not necessarily.
And
the reason is because
what can I use as the
you might be
base?
able to see if you push up and your fingers slide.
What can I use as the base?
Then it has slid the prints. So all you have is
I'm gonna have to mix
marks.
too, because I don't have enough.
Touch the window and lift off of it.
Maybe I could mix this dark blue with this blue and make a medium blue. I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. Oh no, I'll mix this blue with this blue.
That as well.
And I guess this blue, because
factors that's going to come into play.
this is all I got.
You know, if you got somebody with a big fat head like me, as opposed to you know, a 20-month-old, you know, a smaller hand is going to fit better over a 20-month-old as opposed to, you know, a full-size overweight man.
That's why I'm trying to figure it out, because I know that whenever she pointed out that someone would have grabbed her face like this or held her mouth close, to me that sounds like someone whose hand, I saw marks on her face. So someone's hand had to have been small enough to have been like this on her face.
Or
my hand would have been like this.
Well, but there's...
So whose hand would have been small enough?
Well, that's what I'm saying, Cheyenne, is that there are, the one thing that I said in there was that there are variables that's going to play into
There's some red in there.
Cheyenne's evasiveness, combined with her attempts to dominate the conversation, was starting to expose her patterns. She deflected blame, circled back to the same tired excuses, and made a habit of answering questions with vague, non-committal statements.
If you have, first of all, you are assuming that mark was, that hand is placed in this manner.
At least that's what Cameron had mentioned, was that you guys were leery because I locked the door to the bathroom whenever I cut Ellie's hair. Ellie's hair was falling out from what I thought was...
See, here you go again. Here you go again. At no point in time did I ever say or give any indication, nor did anybody else, that why would I care if you locked the bathroom door? As far as I knew, you were going to the bathroom.
Because that's what Cameron said.
Well, are you seeing a pattern here that I'm telling you about? I know Mom's picking up on it. And that is that you have a tendency to engage in this he said, she said, they said, this is what I heard deal.
It's an ugly blue. It's ugly. It's very dark and ugly.
On the up and up, and he may have honestly interpreted
it's almost black.
That I was, questioning as to.
But it is what it is. The show must go on. We don't waste clay around here. Oh, I could lighten it up. I have this little tiny bit of white. Just gonna throw everything in. What up, Shouty? Shouty, say what's your price? Just to back it up. You can hold my ice.
If he can forget, I mean, we all know how much he's passionate about his guinea pigs, right?
I love
No. There you go off on it. Okay. Am I correct? Yes or no? that Cameron
Forgot about Holly dying, yes.
and he's passionate
And he
about
forgot
it.
about
And
Ellie's
he's
dying the other day.
and he's passionate about it, right? Is there any possibility that Cameron may be the person that injured Ellie and forgot about it? I mean, you were smoking quite a bit of pot, and he was.
Yeah, but pot doesn't make you forget things like that.
Well, Cheyenne, I wasn't born yesterday, and I know what was going on.
I was smoking weed. I've never smoked any.
And what did you just say there?
Cheyenne walked into the interrogation room with the confidence of an actress at an awards show, preparing to deliver a rehearsed speech. She was no actress, but in about 6 minutes, you'd hear the speech. The detective, however, had no time for theatrics. As the questioning began, Cheyenne launched into an elaborate effort to defend herself, blaming everyone but herself for Ellie's tragic condition. She interrupted the detective repeatedly, cutting him off mid-sentence with excuses and accusations. Every time the detective tried to regain control, Cheyenne would derail the conversation with her antics. It was the way she delivered these very evidently fake emotions and words, too, as if she truly believed she could talk her way out of the situation.
What did you
There's no way that he did that.
I'm not saying
There's no way that he hurt Ellie. I would have known.
How would you know?
Because
Would it have been the same way you know whether Kevin and Michelle hurt Ellie?
Because Kevin and Michelle, whenever she'd come back, she would have a bruise bigger from there. That's why it had to have been Kevin and Michelle, because the time frame that they said that it had
That's who you want. That's who you want to believe.
No,
is
actually,
Kevin
I want to
and
believe whoever it will go to jail, even if it was Cameron.
Then you need to, and I'm not attempting to upset you. I'm not attempting to upset you, and I know I am, but I'm just being candor and frank with you.
The detective had started picking up on the cracks in her performance, the inconsistencies in her story, the overly rehearsed tone in her voice, and the way she'd conveniently gloss over details that mattered most. Every time she would try to dodge accountability, he would call her out.
You know, I shouldn't say I have done a lot of homework in this. And we continue to work on it. And hopefully, within a reasonable amount of time, we'll be able to come to some sort of conclusion. But even to your own accord, there were other aspects of Ellie's health.
I shouldn't have mixed that dark blue into it, but it is what it is. I did it, and it's done.
For the lack of
I should have did the light blues with this blue, but it is what it is. I didn't think first. I should have realized that grayish blue would have been the one to take over. But actually, it kind of matches now.
There was weeks prior to her death that she had an obvious head injury.
No, it wasn't weeks. It had only been a week. As far as I know, it had only been a week. She fell off the bed is what I thought happened to her. I didn't know there were weeks of head injuries.
This woman had even told a coworker that her baby used to be beautiful, and now she is ugly. What? Cheyenne had stooped to the lowest lows. She had sent some horrifying texts to her boyfriend, referring to her own daughter as an asshole. She was nothing but a selfish person.
What?
She was more interested in smoking marijuana, getting fast food and leftovers, than keeping her daughter safe and alive.
So,
You called your daughter an a-hole?
Hematoma is what Cameron called it, was a hematoma, because it was what would be considered a subdural hematoma, because he told me that's what it's called as a nurse. Whenever I didn't take her to the hospital, it's because he told me that she would be fine as long as I stood and took care of it. And I started to take care of it, get all the icing and everything started to go down. And then she goes back to Kevin and Michelle's on Monday night. She's got a bigger.
They didn't do what they were supposed to do.
I told them to ice it.
I know.
But this,
I don't want to
this,
talk about it.
this took place. This took place. She had bruising, and this head injury, a head injury. Oh,
I thought a week.
a week and a half. Yeah.
It would have been about a week and a half when you took her in.
Cheyenne's evasiveness, combined with her attempts to dominate the conversation, was starting to expose her pattern. She deflected blame, circled back to the same tired excuses, and made a habit of answering questions.
Alright, I don't want to listen to that no more.
Where were you when you shot Mom? Where were you standing?
By the bed.
By the bed.
Yes.
And
She shot her
how did she
mom?
fall when you shot her?
Sir, I don't know.
March 3rd, 2011. Pasco, Washington. Inside a quiet house on Salmon Drive, 911 dispatchers receive a call. And here's something no one wants to hear on the other end of the line. A gunshot, a struggle, a voice pleading for something to be handed over. Then silence. The line goes dead. When dispatchers call back, a woman answers. Smoke detectors are blaring in the background. She tells them everything is fine. She was just changing the batteries. But inside that house, 58-year-old Judy Hebert lies dead in the hallway, shot in front of her own granddaughter. The only other adult in the home is her 37-year-old daughter, Tashia Stewart, who insists her mother came at her with a hatchet and that she had no choice but to fire. Detectives aren't convinced, and in the interrogation room, Tashia's story is about to fall apart, one contradiction at a time.
Okay. You were worried that your mom might do something to you?
Yeah.
How come you didn't tell that to the officer when he came to the door? When the officer came to the door, you told me that you were afraid of your mom. So when a policeman came to the door, how come you didn't say, I had this thing going on at the house and I'm afraid of my mom?
I was just so afraid.
What were you afraid of?
I was afraid that my mom was going to have me arrested for hitting her. And I didn't think I was afraid of my mom.
But if what you're telling me is you were defending yourself, don't you think that we might be wanting to arrest your mom for assault or for coming after you with a hatchet?
I didn't think you guys would, because it's her house.
Okay.
I didn't know. Can you tell me, did I hit her?
I don't know. I didn't go in there.
I just wanted the officer to go away. I just thought she was just gonna get up.
But if you're afraid of your mom, and there's a policeman at the door, don't you think that the officer could help you?
What do I do? I make clay things. I make stuff out of clay.
Policeman there. What are the policemen for? They're to help, right? The other thing is there, you know why the policeman was there?
No.
Because he had a 911 hang-up call. So somebody from the house called 911 prior to the officer being there. Did you call 911? Who had the house phone?
There's two of them.
Did you have a house phone or did you have a cell phone?
I had my phone in my pocket.
Okay.
Right before I was in the coins, I could carry it on. I was gonna call.
she got the phone with my dad. So she was gonna call the bank, and I was gonna call somebody.
So then the phone was working. Because you said earlier the phone wasn't working.
I knew it was angry. I was like,
Okay.
there was nothing. And then it was weird. She had, I don't know. I know I had a phone in my hand and there was somebody on the line.
Okay.
But I don't know who it was.
Let's go back to when you're in the room and your mom's coming in. You were in the bathroom? Where's the safe at from the bathroom? Let's take a look at this room. Let's say that you are in the bathroom right now. Where's the safe at from where you're at?
Okay, so the desk is her bed.
Okay.
Then right there's the door in the bathroom. You walk into the bathroom and there's another door to her closet. And that's where the safe is.
So the closet's across the room?
Attached to the bathroom, it has a door.
Okay. So the bed's here.
Yeah.
Where's the bathroom?
It was far away from the bathroom door.
Okay, so there's a bathroom door like where you're at or where I'm at?
Here. That's the bed. That's the bathroom door.
Where's the closet from there?
The closet door.
Where the safe is?
I'm sorry, Nala. I can't control these idiots that do that.
You can point it out.
Fireworks not even illegal. They're not even legal, but people are setting them off. Not even legal.
The closet door is right here.
It's August. I don't know why people are setting fireworks off.
Okay. Okay, now I understand. Go ahead and see. So you went into the bathroom, and then you went into the closet because...
Nala, it's okay.
And I'm already claustrophobic. I was thinking, oh man, it's so bad.
Okay, so you're in the closet, and your mom's coming at you. And then you find her.
What do you mean for the church?
Yeah.
And she's coming at you, and then you fire.
And I was coming out of the bathroom, and she's by the.
This is dumb. Get out of there!
How often have you talked about killing someone? Oh, Lord. No, seriously.
This is 30-year-old Victoria Worth being questioned about her husband's death. Months earlier, she had begun planning her husband Shane's murder, determined to make it look like a... That was until Shane's final words turned the investigation upside down.
Shane, can you hear me? Okay, everything will be all right.
Victoria believed she had orchestrated the perfect murder, securing her husband's house, car, and fortune. But eventually, her arrogance would not only seal her fate, but also bring down the people around her.
Some days I just wish you would get in an accident or something. There's a lot of things that could be done to make it look like it's...
This is the time to tell the truth. I am. This wasn't planned. This wasn't supposed to happen.
At around 2:30 a.m. on September 26th, police in Minersville, Utah received a call from a resident who reported hearing a gunshot inside his garage. Corporal Cox quickly rushed to the scene, unaware that he was stepping into a carefully staged murder.
I'm not an artist. I'm just somebody that likes to make stuff out of clay.
Beaver 6, go ahead and send medical in. We're in the garage. All right, man, I got some help coming for you. Got one maybe through and through braid, through the chest, so we're going to have to expedite some things here. One through and through on the chest.
This is Shane Davis. He's still alive, but drifting in and out of consciousness. But before EMS could get him to the hospital, Shane managed to mumble something, a crucial detail that would become the first major clue in uncovering everything.
Looks like he's walked out to here. Just keep talking to us, Shane. You'll be good.
Shane? My name's Christine. I'm with the ambulance. If things go quiet, just keep going.
We're just gonna roll you back, Shane, okay?
Very good. He said he did not do it to himself.
With Shane insisting he didn't shoot himself, detectives began to consider that this was not a self-inflicted act, but attempted murder. The officer counted 6 people in the house. While they were still seen as witnesses, their strange behavior and absence of a gun would soon raise suspicion.
There's about 6 people in the house. You guys know Shane to own a pistol?
He does own a pistol.
Okay.
It's in my room with him. I'm married to him.
I don't see one out here anywhere, so I'm wondering where it's at. Nobody's seen a gun or anything like that. He's got a gunshot wound to his chest.
As Shane fights for his life on the way to the hospital, detectives turn their attention to his wife, Victoria Worth. What officers don't realize is that Victoria's mind is fixed on a dark thought. If Shane dies, she would inherit his house, car, and fortune. With this twisted fantasy in mind, Victoria would go on to unwittingly reveal just how much she despised Shane.
Is he gonna be okay?
I'll tell you later. That's all I can say. Was Shane arguing with anybody tonight?
Just a little bit with me over a stupid comment.
Yeah.
He's been drinking nonstop. He was driving. I told him to come home. He needed to stop his that is a fight that has come out quite a bit between the two of us, is drunk driving because of his ticket last time, which scares me. I have a 2-year-old daughter in the home, and the only comment I had made that if he entered the home that I would protect at any cost necessary for my daughter's sake.
Sure.
Victoria claims that she and Shane got into a heated argument earlier that day. She also brings up his bad habit of drinking and driving, almost as if to shift blame, although no one has accused her of anything yet. But with 5 other friends still in the house, 5 more potential suspects entered the picture. But this is when Victoria starts throwing out even more bizarre theories, further deepening the officer's suspicion that this wasn't a self-inflicted death at all.
Guys, any reason for anybody to cause Shane any harm? Anybody that may be involved with this that we might want to look at?
I don't know. He's got his fair share of enemies. Some people have issues with him because of him getting physical with me a while back in the past. He had left. He was drunk. I told him bring his ass home because last time he went out drunk driving, he ended up in jail.
So, guys, did anybody see Shane with a gun? Did he make any comments about harming himself?
I don't know. He's been drinking, and when he gets drunk, he gets kind of dumb. When he gets to drinking, he doesn't always make the smartest decisions. He has been going through a lot lately.
Did anybody see Shane with the gun, Brandon? You discovered him?
I discovered him originally.
Notice how Victoria stays glued to her phone while answering the police, almost as if she's reading from a script. With each claim, she further damages Shane's reputation, portraying him as an abusive husband with many enemies. Corporal Cox is struck by the housemates' matching lack of reaction, completely unfazed by their friend being shot in the chest. But as the officers start analyzing the crime scene, they uncover a clue that turns the residents from witnesses into prime suspects.
There's blood all the way around to the corner. And look at this. Here. He's come out to this point. Or tried to enter to this point. I don't see anything past here, okay?
What do they have to say? Anything? Did you talk to him?
Yeah, I talked to his wife. She says it's just him and her arguing. And he's been drinking all day.
A trail of blood led from the garage into the kitchen, suggesting Shane Davis was either moved after being shot or had tried to escape, casting serious doubt on Victoria's version of events. Detectives pressed on, unaware that everyone but them knew who had shot Shane and why the gun was still missing.
Well, I don't know how well you guys know him, but he scares the living hell out of me. Since I do have a 2-year-old in my home, I will do whatever it takes in my power to protect my daughter at any cost necessary.
Now, you said Shane did have a pistol from what you told me earlier.
He has a pistol. It's in my room. I can actually show it to you.
Yeah, just take me where and I'll look at it if you don't mind.
Yeah, he has his own gun, and I have a rifle.
Okay.
So, they're both in here.
Is that the only 2 firearms in the house?
Yeah, his is right there.
Okay.
So that's his.
Set that right there.
And I have a rifle, which is...
Okay, you can leave him right there. That's fine. What caliber?
7mm 08.
Neither of these have been fired. And these are supposedly the only 2 in the home. Maybe they may have a shooter somewhere.
Cox examined the rounds in each gun and concluded that none had been fired. With this revelation, the detectives returned to question the residents, unaware that Victoria was about to accidentally reveal a crucial piece of information pointing directly to the shooter.
Well, do me a favor, guys. Just everybody hang tight right here. I'm going to come back and get a statement from everybody. And
Well, I don't know where my other partner is. I have 2. I'm polyamorous. He's been gone for a while, though, long beforehand.
Okay.
So he left earlier today and has been out and about for a while.
Okay. Yep, just hang tight right here, guys.
Polyamorous.
But just as the officers were about to leave, one of the residents revealed that Victoria's secret lover despised Shane and was seen leaving the house around the time of the shooting. He identified the man as Mike Miller, someone well known to police for his considerable criminal record. Finally, the police have a lead, marking the start of the hunt for their primary suspect. The officers were now on the lookout for Mike, a likely suspect in Shane's death, or at the very least, someone with answers. A few hours later, after searching the nearby area, one car's license plate matched 27-year-old Mike Miller. To their surprise, Mike was compliant when approached and even agreed to come to the station for questioning. But while the officers expected denials and deflection, he would tell police exactly what had gone down.
He proceeded to walk towards me and ended up going through the garage. I know she tried to keep him out of the house by keeping him pinned to the door. For a minute, she kind of kept him there, and then he got kind of pretty physical with her. He grabbed her wrist and he shoved her. And I told him, like, Shane, I will shoot you. You need to let her go. He wouldn't listen. I did what I did to protect him. I shot him.
Without any pushback from the detectives, Mike admitted point blank that he shot Shane. But there was a reason for his unusual honesty. He would soon claim it was all in self-defense.
She had me go tell him to shut the truck off, and I looked at him like, dude, I'm just telling you what I was told to tell you, because he does tend to at times get kind of physical when he's drinking. I wasn't going to just sit there and let him hurt the woman I love. I saw him as a threat to that household and to that child, and I did what I thought I had to do to protect him. I shot him. Pure self-defense and protection for that household.
Despite Mike's apparent honesty, the police know he isn't telling the whole story, although for now, they let him believe he's off the hook. But before the officers can apply pressure, Mike introduces a new name, someone supposedly even more dangerous than Shane.
Sean, who he was on the phone with, he had called her a bitch quite a few times. She had given the warning to Sean that if he came here, it wasn't going to end well. From what I understand, Sean is a very violent person. And Shane kind of said something to Sean, saying, he's like, you know what, Sean, go ahead and come down here. That then there posed a threat on the household, because Sean wasn't going to come down here and just talk everything out. He would be armed, and he was going to come down here for a fight.
According to Mike, Sean was a friend of Shane's who was moments away from arriving at the house, armed and ready for a fight. But since Mike had spent 5 hours on the run after the shooting, it's possible Victoria instructed him to tell the police this story and perhaps even to claim self-defense. However, Mike's self-defense argument was far weaker than he realized, and the detectives began pressing him on it.
Why did you immediately go to the gun rather than try to physically stop him? Because there's two of you and just one of him.
The light wasn't on, and like I said, it's really cluttered in that garage, so I would have ended up falling and stumbling.
Hindsight 2020, is there a way that you would have handled this differently?
Yes, if he hadn't been so stubborn.
Yeah, I mean, but rather with using the weapon.
And that's something I thought about throughout the night while I was driving, is that I probably could have handled that a lot differently, but like I said, he was already getting fairly aggressive with everyone else and pretty loud.
As the officer points out, with multiple men in the home, subduing Shane wasn't just possible, it was the right thing to do. By now, Mike and Victoria's relationship seemed increasingly strange, and the officer realized this was likely something they would want to push on. And he was right.
So has there been any, jealousy squabbles between you and Shane? I mean, have you, seen him with Victoria and became jealous?
We've had our moments where, he wasn't really given a choice. Everything had came out that me and Victoria were together and had been together for quite some time and whatnot. She basically told him she was staying with me, that was that, he was going to have to deal with it or, end the relationship.
Just as the officer suspected, jealousy and rage explained Mike's actions far better than self-defense. With their primary suspect now in custody, devastating news arrived from the hospital. Shane had passed away. As Mike prepared to be charged with manslaughter, Victoria believed
I don't got nothing for you.
plan had succeeded,
Fat
and she
dog.
had outsmarted the police. Little did she know, her arrogance would eventually catch up with her.
I don't got nothing for you.
It's now 1 month after Shane's death, and Victoria is still living in his house, driving his car, and carrying on as if nothing had happened. She frequently visits Mike in jail and writes Facebook posts about how much she misses Shane. It seems that fateful night was behind her, and Victoria was free to live her dream life. But that was until something completely unexpected happened. On November 7th, the detectives received an anonymous tip to check Victoria's Snapchat account. While they weren't expecting much, after all, their primary suspect was already in custody, the investigation was about to be turned upside down. Unbeknownst to the police, Victoria had been planning Shane's murder for months over Snapchat with Mike. While Mike may have pulled the trigger, the messages made it clear that Victoria was the mastermind. With this new evidence showing that Victoria had conspired with Mike and encouraged Shane's murder, the detectives were ready to bring her in. Although Victoria remained arrogant, still convinced her plan was flawless, the police now had enough proof to completely dismantle her.
So, I mean, were there ever times that you and Mike talked about Shane together and that you were both upset with him because of things he was doing?
Yeah.
What was that about?
Just the way that he was acting and his behaviors at hand, and that if it was going to continue on, that we're going to sit down and sit there and say no more alcohol allowed in the house at all.
Mike had multiple usernames on Snapchat. Do you remember Demo Daddy 13?
That might be one of his.
You ever remember having a conversation with Mike about Shane when he was using that Demo Daddy?
See the situation last night. I'm not going to talk on it too much right now. But, the baby shower was beautiful. We had a blast. Yes.
That's exactly why I don't gangbang, nigga. You know how that shit gets. I don't even like promoting that shit for the jits, man. You dig? But shout out to my niggas that do.
Chick-fil-A has the best nuggets, hands down, in the world.
Hello.
Hey.
You're Muslim?
Yes.
Sit down.
Welcome to the panel. Welcome to the panel. What do you think of the topic?
Okay, thank you. So what is your argument?
What's my argument?
Islam is
So good.
successful. Why?
You got one. Would you trust a religion with corrupted scripture in it?
I'm not talking about Bible. I'm talking about Islam. What is that word? What is the lie in Islam?
Because it has Islam is not trustworthy because it has corrupted scripture in it.
Mm-mm. Islam is truthful. The only religion that not change it or not discriminate or anything. So
You have something on. Do you have a TV on in the background?
yeah, my kid is watching TV.
It's very loud. It's disturbing me.
Okay, sorry. It's loud. Okay, how it's now?
It's a little better now. Let's see how this goes. Okay, so would you trust a religion that has corrupted scripture?
I said it's not having any corrupted or anything. It's good and it's pure. Islam is the most beautiful and trustworthy. So what's the problem with Islam that talking about?
Beautiful and trustworthy, Logic. Come on, man.
It is because we believe in one God.
How you gonna rebuttal that?
At least we believe in one God. At least we believe in one God.
That's right.
We believe in Trinity or three gods. That's the most beautiful of it.
Would you trust a religion that has corrupted scripture, my sister, in humanity?
I said there is no any scripture or anything. I said it's beautiful
I'm not
and
saying.
clear.
I'm just asking you a simple question. Would you or would you not trust a religion that has corrupted scripture?
I don't know about other religion. I believe in Islam. Islam is not a scripture or anything. It is clear. That's all I said.
This came out so good.
I got you.
Religion is Christian.
Let me ask you this.
So you believe in Christian, I think.
Let me ask you this. If Islam had corrupted scripture within its religion, would you trust Islam?
It's Islam, yes. Still.
Okay. So even if Islam had corrupted scriptures in it, you would trust it. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You were born that way. Were you born a Muslim?
Yes.
You was born Allah bottomized?
I'm born Muslim, all time I'm Muslim.
Born fool, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She said,
Yep.
Born fool, gonna die fool. That's
Oh, man.
I'm gonna die fool. Nice.
That's so funny.
You said that Islam is the only religion that hasn't been changed?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why you trust it?
Not just only that, because I told because it's Tawheed, like I'm believing in one God. It's clear, like I don't have to be confused, like Trinity, which one is my God, Jesus, and then the Father, and then that.
How do people find it to be confusing? Is the concept of the Trinity really confusing?
So when it comes to
people?
Allah's attributes, you're that all makes perfect sense to you?
I told you everything makes perfect sense for me.
You said everything in Islam makes perfect sense for you?
Yes, it is.
So let me ask you this. Let me get your thoughts on something. When it says that people will bow down and prostrate to Allah's shin,
Cut your crap. Seriously.
you believe that Allah has a leg?
I don't got nothing for you.
That's people saying Allah is nothing like
Stop
him,
it.
like Allah. He is different.
Interesting. So
Nothing is like Allah.
Allah's nothing. There's nothing like Allah.
Nothing.
Do you have a shin?
Do I have one?
Do you have a shin bone, a leg?
Yes, I do.
The Quran says that Allah also has a shin.
Maybe you misunderstand it.
So help me understand it. Help me understand Allah's shin.
How does he have a
No,
shin if there's
no, he don't have nothing. He don't have nothing.
Me?
Allah told you, nothing is like Allah. He don't have shin, he don't have nothing, all this. Like, he don't come as human, as a man, as this. No.
But it says in the Quran that he has a shin.
So can you help me understand that?
Okay, show me.
Oh, you want to see the verse where he says that?
The verse on the screen. Yeah, I have to read it.
Okay. MashaAllah.
Nala, I'm gonna put you back downstairs if you don't stop.
And then you know that you have to go to tafsir, you have to have tafsir about it.
So you want the
Just
tafsir
not
about
reading
it?
that Quran if you know how it's works.
Okay.
Not like how whatever you do, like however you want to say, that says that and then goes like that. No.
Right.
You have to learn it a lot.
You gotta learn it. You gotta learn it a lot.
That makes sense.
Yes, about Islam. To know it.
That makes sense. What's that? Thank you. 68. Oh, I was in 69. 68.42. All right. 68.42. Okay, I'm gonna show you what it says. All right. You can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Not that clear. Can you get it closer?
Yes, sorry, hold on. There we go. You see it? It says, so this is chapter 68, verse 42. It says, remember the day when
Nala,
the shin
cut it
shall
out.
be laid bare, and they shall be called to prostrate. But they, the hypocrites, shall not be able to do so. So it says Allah has a shin.
That's not saying that. Can you do with the Quran? With the Quran, with Arabic, please, and get it further.
Oh, you
not
need
like whatever he said it's gonna be like this, because you think it says the shin that like you or me as a human. No, get it closer, please.
Get it closer, you said?
Yeah, I can see it.
You can't? Oh, how about now?
Yeah, and then make it in Arabic.
I'm gonna have to take.
Oh, you want to
I
hear
don't know where he got it. That's from.
Okay, let me put that. You read Arabic?
Yes, of course.
All right, there's the Arabic.
Okay, get it closer.
Does it say the shin there?
No, I swear I can't see it. Let me get my glass or something. I can't.
Okay.
Closer. Why is the screen is so far? Like
what do you mean? It's as close as I can get it.
Like put it on the screen, the whole screen.
You can't see it.
How close do you need it to be? Like that's close. It's really close. I'm looking at it right now.
It's on.
Okay, I see some words. Yeah. Okay.
Now you see some words.
Okay. You're me. Okay.
You see it?
I read that the first verse. Hold on. Sorry.
Does it say shin?
It's not saying it, shin.
It doesn't say the shin?
No.
Oh, what does it say?
I'm sorry. I don't know really what it's in English, but that's not a sin that we're talking about. Like,
you don't know what it say in English, but you know it ain't saying shin.
What does sakin mean?
Sakin. Okay, let's go to the Arabic version. Hold on one second.
You see how it says the shin?
No, it's not. The shin, like, even the shin in English, it's not that mean the shin like you and me. It's not. Doesn't have any shin or any leg, anything. We
but
don't know how it's like. Nobody see Allah. Nobody see God. Like, not a human like Jesus. Come on.
I'm confused.
Not that's what he's thinking.
I understand what you're saying.
You can't just take that, say you think it's shin, and then you kind of make it is a human, like you have a shin, you have a leg, no, it doesn't work like this. No.
Well, this is the confusing.
That's wrong, my bro. If you have another thing, okay, let's go. But that's not.
One second, my sister. This is what is confusing for me. Is that you said that the Trinity is so confusing and you don't know who your God
I'm sorry.
is.
I don't want to. I don't want to.
You're interrupting me. I just let you talk. Please don't interrupt me. You said that you don't know about, the Trinity is so confusing to you, and it's just you don't know who your God will be in the Trinity. Is it Jesus? Having human features. But, you know, in Islam, it's so simple, and you get it. It makes perfect sense to you. Yet, we have here that Allah has a shin, and you can't tell me what that is. Matter of fact, it's not that you can't tell me what it is. You're saying that ain't it. You're sitting here telling me that the Quran saying what it says ain't saying what it's saying. So I'm all out confused. I don't know what to believe with this Quran. You can unmute yourself now. But you telling me that, okay, if Allah has a shin, he has a shin that's just not like our shin, how does that make sense? That doesn't make sense to me.
Listen, I'm telling you, if we don't know how does Allah look like, and can I talk?
Help me.
If Allah look like, Allah is not a human. Allah is not like you or me.
But humans
Allah
have shins.
is different. And then not a shin that you have it or me, I have it. It
but
says maybe if you understand that's why to explain
why
to
does
you.
Allah have a shin?
Not the shin that my shin and your
Why
shin.
does Allah have a
okay,
shin?
so just listen to me.
Why
I'm
does he
telling
have
you,
a
we
shin?
don't know. Nothing
don't
is
know.
like Allah.
Nothing
if you have that surah,
so okay, got
nothing.
you.
Nothing. We don't know how it looks like.
I got you.
We don't know. All we know is a powerful thing.
I got
that's-
you. Relax. So with the same thing, I hear everything you're saying. Yes, Allah has a shin, but his shin is not like anything we can imagine. There's nothing like Allah. It goes beyond what we can explain, what we can talk about. There's nothing like him. Fine. In the same way, there's nothing like God. There's nothing like Yahweh. God is a Trinity because there's nothing like him. There's nothing in this world that you can compare to Yahweh, the true God. There's nothing you can point to that is triune like he is. Therefore, it seems like my God, the Trinity concept, really fits what you believe, that God is inexplainable. That's what it sounds like to me.
Listen, it makes sense to you, the God, your God, which is, I don't know which one is the God, your Jesus, the Father, the Spirit, I don't know.
He doesn't have to explain it. User,
Listen, let me finish. Okay,
User, he doesn't have to.
I'm not gonna talk. Okay.
But you didn't understand it. User, you didn't understand it. He doesn't have to explain it, just like you don't have to explain what it means for your God to have a shin. You don't understand your God having a shin, but yet you say your God is perfect and it's one God and he's just almighty being, and you don't have to explain these type of things. Well, then we can do the same thing to you. The Trinity is unexplainable. We believe in one God. That's why you guys fall flat when you try to debate the Trinity, because your God doesn't ask one question about your God, you can't answer it. At least we can go into some sort of depth about our God. Like, goodness.
Yep. Go ahead and watch your hijab, man. Where are those songs at, man? That Word sent us.
It should be in your email.
Okay. Do you think you could upload them here?
Yeah. Let me see.
Okay. In the meantime,
are they in my email?
Yeah, he sent it to you.
It's okay. So before I start, this is kind of a bit of an off-topic question. I can see that you talk about Islam a lot, and the Prophet Muhammad, ﷺ.
Yeah.
And I was just wondering, just curious, really. I mean, do you have anything good to say about the Prophet's character?
No.
Nothing?
No.
Okay.
Not anything at all. And it's because of reasons. It's not because of an uneducated, dislike for Islam that I have. It's because I read about Muhammad. I read about his life. I read the hadith. I read a large chunk of the Sirat of the Prophet, the life of the Prophet, the life of Muhammad. So I read a lot of what he did, what he taught, how he behaved. And so, objectively speaking, from what I've seen of him, there's nothing good about him.
What?
There's
What do
nothing
you
good about
want?
him.
I'm taping up my handle.
Not his character. Now, that's not to say that he didn't have some teachings that hold good value. Like, he does have a teaching that says to give to the poor. He does have a teaching that says to show mercy to some. He does have Like, there's occasionally where he does have some good teachings, but him as his character and him walking those teachings out, he's not a good person.
Okay, I obviously strongly disagree with that, but it's not why I came here.
Okay.
So what about the Quran? Have you read the Quran?
Yes, I read the full Quran.
And can you confidently say that it doesn't promote peace, in your opinion?
Absolutely. It 100% does not promote peace unless you're a Muslim. Yep. If you're a Muslim of another Muslim, there's peace between you guys. But me as a non-believer who disbelieves in Islam and the Prophet and the last day, and what Allah has forbid or made allowed, there's no peace for me. You're supposed to fight me. You're not even supposed to be friends with me. Matter of fact, you know how when you came up here on stage and you said peace to all the Christians who are listening? Yeah. You know how you said that? Mm-hmm. Muhammad said that you're not allowed to do that. He said you are not to initiate a peace greeting with the Jews and Christians.
Okay, so I just pulled up Surah chapter 60, verse 8. I'm just going to read it out for you.
Okay.
Allah does not forbid you from being kind and just towards those who do not fight you because of religion and do not expel you from your homes. Indeed, Allah loves those who are just. Next verse, chapter 5, verse 8. Do not let the hatred of a people prevent you from being just. Be just, that is closer to righteousness. Chapter 16, verse 125. Invite to the way of your Lord with wisdom and good instruction, and argue with them in the best manner, etc. I won't read all of them, but it's funny how when you speak, it's like we're reading a completely different Quran, to be honest.
Yeah. Do you wanna see the verses that I'm talking about now?
Sure.
Were you reading from the Quran, or did you have notes that you wrote down?
I have notes. I've read the Quran. I know there's verses that have, violence in them, but they're in context. Just like I'd hope you'd appreciate if I put violent verses of the Old Testament in context.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take the Quran out of its context. I'm not one of those. You're talking to someone who's going to be as intellectually honest with the Quran as I can.
Can we circle? It's your stream. I don't mind at all. But I think I got distracted. I came to ask a few questions, but that's fine if you want to do this first or circle back to or something. I just don't want to.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so I'll show you these verses that I'm talking about, and then we can circle back to your question. Okay? That's perfectly fine. Okay, so.
By the way, to those in the comments saying she's open and this, I'm not open. I'm not changing Islam, inshallah.
Well, are you open to the truth? Never say never.
Islam is.
Stop it!
Truth, so.
Right,
no, I'm gonna put you downstairs.
Let me ask you this: if
being bad girl
wasn't the truth, just hypothetically, would you be open to the truth even if it opposes Islam?
Pissing me off. Pissing me off.
It's an impossible hypothetical, but yeah, to be honest, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's like me asking.
Bad dose.
You hear if you're open to Islam, you would say absolutely not, and my answer is the same.
Bad if Islam was true, I'd be open to it, but because it's not, that's why I'm not open to it.
And I'll give you the same answer.
So you would be open to the truth, even if, just hypothetically, even if it opposed Islam.
Again, it's an impossible hypothetical, but I don't really want to answer that question because. Like, obviously, if anyone's confronted with any truth, but when you know something is the truth, it feels like an impossible hypothetical.
I mean, the hypothetical isn't going to, remove you out of the fold of Islam if you answer it properly, because, I mean, the truth stands here. I think not answering that hypothetical would just show that you don't want to really accept the truth.
Think of it this way, would you believe the sky isn't blue? It's like if I showed you evidence. Yeah, okay, I guess, but I know the sky's blue. It's that kind of thing.
Yeah, but a hypothetical is just basically giving you an example. It's not actually confirming what is or what isn't. It's just an example. So
if this therefore was true, would you believe it? So he's basically asking you, if this was the truth, would you follow it? And the logical answer would be yes, but you're saying that, oh, I can't answer that. And that just shows that you just want to be stuck in Islam no matter what. No matter what it is, you're going to only accept Islam. And that just shows, you know.
I mean, I don't know, maybe I came across that way, but let me re-clarify. The way your hypothetical is like, it's like, for example, tell me that water is wet. If I gave you evidence that water is not wet, would you believe that? Yeah, I would believe if truth was presented. But when you believe something because of evidence you felt internally and externally, then it's not that I can't answer the question, of course, of truth. I always follow truth.
So basically, you get the example. You're saying you're able to answer it for other things, but not when it comes to saying if Islam was false, would you leave it? So that's all we want. Like, if Islam was not the truth, would you accept that? You're saying I can't answer that hypothetically. We all know that the truth if anything was false, then you should leave it.
If anything was not the truth, I would obviously not be in it. I'm in Islam because it's the truth.
All right. Well, let's hopefully we can have this conversation and open each other's minds. So, chapter 9, verse 29 of the Quran, because we were talking about violence and in context, right?
Yeah.
Now, you read a verse that talks about Allah does not oppose you being merciful to those who do not fight you, right? And do not run you out of your homes and stuff. So, chapter 9, verse 29.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let me search it up because I haven't memorized the Quran.
I can have it on the screen if you want.
It's okay.
Okay. So I got it on the screen. You said you do have it memorized?
No.
Oh, okay. 9:29.
Okay. So fight against those who believe not in Allah nor in the last day, nor forbid that which has been forbidden by Allah and His Messenger, and those who acknowledge not the religion of truth among the people of the scripture until they pay the jizya and willing submission and feel themselves subdued. So this verse, right, and the previous verse that I gave you where it says, do not fight those who do not fight you or expel you out of your homes. Do you remember when I said that?
Yep, and I'm showing you that with this verse, this verse abrogates all of that.
It's not abrogation between these verses. It's specific people.
Yeah, Jews and Christians, right? And notice the Jews and the Christians aren't fighting against the Muslims. It commands the Muslims to fight against.
We've been here for almost 5 hours.
Because they disbelieve, not because they're fighting them.
No, it says fight them until.
So not only did I work a full 8 hours today, but I came home and I did almost another full shift with y'all.
Combat or not.
But it does. So notice it says fight against those
who do not believe in Allah nor in the last day. But it's not saying those who not believe in Allah or the last day.
So not only do I work a full-time job at work, I work a full-time job at home too.
It says it in other verses. That's why you have
I just don't get paid for this job.
You'll never find any verse where the Christians are fighting against the Muslims. You'll never find a verse in the Quran that says that. In fact, when you look at the background of this verse, sister, this verse was revealed in the 9th year of the Hijrah, after Muhammad had conquered Arabia and defeated all of the pagan enemies that he had. Then Allah gave him the command to go out and fight against the Jews and the Christians, and they wasn't fighting against him. The Christians weren't warring against Muhammad. They didn't have no treaty. They were minding their own business. But, Muhammad wanted to conquer. He wanted to expand. So he had the order to fight even the people of the book, not because they were fighting against him, but because they did not believe until they paid the jizya.
Again, I'm cautious. I understand what you're saying from reading this alone. I'm cautious with taking it as you said, because there are other verses where it says fight the polytheists, for example, and I can show you an example of that. It's in the same surah. And people bring verse by itself, but then it goes on to really specify that it's those who put you out of your homes, and if they stop, you stop, and if they incline to peace, you incline to peace. And if I take it to Surah Baqarah, actually, for example, which is not specifying people of the book or polytheists. 1 second, let me find it.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with 929. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, everything. 929. You cannot take.
Just really quick. Just really quick, please. In 929, it is, first of all, chapter 9 was the last chapter revealed after all of those other chapters that you even read. That's why even scholars say that these verses abrogate the earlier verses where Muhammad is more inclusive, I guess, when it comes to the surrounding people and disbelievers. This verse here is one of the last orders given, where he commands to fight the people who do not believe in Allah and Muhammad and the religion of Islam among the people of the book. It has nothing to do with them fighting him. It has to do with them disbelieving. And so if you don't trust me, are you a Sunni Muslim?
Just a second.
Are you Sunni or Shia?
Yes, I'm Sunni.
You're Sunni? Okay. So you take from the tafsir? You take from Ibn Kathir?
I have not looked into those kind of things, to be honest.
Okay. Well, so we could go into the commentary. Ibn Kathir,
and I know that
the best.
I'm not fiqh is very I listen to scholars who read people not just one tafsir and they know something.
I understand.
And when I listen to them and they bring evidences from multiple different sources, it's specified that it's not just like if someone's a Jew or Christian, you have to go fight them like this. I think you've missed.
I'm sorry. So what, you said you haven't checked like the commentary and the top series. Can I read you what Ibn Kathir says on this?
I can read it. It's fine.
Okay.
Unless you want to.
Yeah, I'll read it, and then let me just go to the relevant part. Where are we? Goodness, I don't even know where I am in this thing. Okay, Ibn Kathir. All right, yeah. Yada yada yada. Da 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 da. Do do.
No, you better stop going in the garbage.
Interesting. All right, let's read this part. All right, here we go. So he quotes the verse right here. He quotes it. Right? Then he begins to explain it. Watch what he says. Therefore, when people of the scriptures
all right, ladies and gents,
in Muhammad, they had.
It's time for me to bid you adieu. I'm going to put this on hold and I'll probably finish it tomorrow or something. I don't know. Get out of there. Oh, I also wanted to tell you that I got more of those chips. They're delicious. You should try some. Five Below. Love you guys. Peace out, family. Have a great night.